Hello, everybody, and welcome to Battle Maid Brawl. We have a wonderful cast here today, and we are going to be raising money for Meals on Wheels. So please check out the charity. This is a really good cause, and they're dedicated to feeding the elderly and making sure to reduce loneliness among the elderly community. So we would love it if you donate during this holiday season. It's going to be a really good time. So let's tell you about the game. Battle Maid Brawl is a homebrew fantasy game where everyone plays maids of different tropes from different fictional types of worlds, all living together in harmony. So if everyone could go around and please tell me, what is your character's name, their maid type, and their battle type, and a special little fact about them, and pronouns. Also, your own person.
This is a lot.
If it's different than your maid's name, then yes, please tell me your name as well. Let's start with Tobias, since he's speaking out.
Hello, I'm Tobias McCurry. I will be playing the role of XX Sephiroth XX, perhaps Esquire. I haven't decided yet. He is a crime scene cleaner, cat boy. Who specializes in combat in the underground Beyblade arenas because we had to make a living somewhere.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Let's see. Next, PJ.
Hi, everyone. My name is PJ McGaw. I am the GM for Edge of Legend and the owner of Nat 20 Productions Official on Twitch. Hey, what's up? It's me, your boy. My pronouns are he, him. My maid's name is Roombot. I was the first mark of Robo Maid. However, I have zero human interaction skills. I'm wearing exactly what you see here. I had a whole maid outfit and it didn't fit. So we're just going with what we got, baby. And it's this. Twitch, no nipples, you can't sue me. So Roombot's pronouns are he, him as well. And Roombot is an explosions expert who, while trying to be a maid, still doesn't get how doors work or how corners work, and will sometimes keep hitting the same wall again and again until they figure out how to change their position. And I'm just looking forward to having a good time. It's my first time getting to play. Woo!
Amazing. Wonderful.
Yep.
All right. And next up, we have Aki.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aki. My pronouns are they, them. And today I will be playing Jeeves, who is a butler. And oh gosh, what was the other thing I needed to say about them? Oh, they're battle type. And they are a communications and electronics expert. So they're, going to be the one hooking everybody up with fun gadgets and do that. They can do things with. I'm very excited about that. And yeah, that's me. I'm here. I'm so excited to be here. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you. All right. And next we have Andrew.
What is up, everyone? My name is Andrew J. Alandi. Super happy to be here. Pronouns he, him. Today, playing the character of Anthony Morton Michelli, or you may just call me Tony for short. My maid type, I'm actually a house husband here. So I got a businesswoman that I'm currently taking care of the household for her while she goes on to make the big bucks, as they say. A battle type here is a bat brawler. If you don't know what that means I swing a lot of bats, and sometimes I hit a lot of things. I mean, it helps because I guess I never made it to the major leagues and the big leagues there. I guess I really kept striking out, for lack of a better term, so I thought a career change was necessary, and here I am, so serving the greater good as it is.
Amazing. Beautiful. And last but not least, we have Wes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Wes, and I'm playing Gladys. Gladys is an elderly maid, a little bit older than the rest of these youngins. And my battle type is magical girl. So when I was a teenager, I got magical powers and got to transform. It was great for a few years, was very popular, but after a few, mishaps during battle with some collateral damage, had to find a new line of work. It doesn't pay so well just being the magical girl. So, I had to switch it up, and now I'm a maid. Yay. How's it
Amazing.
for me.
Well, thank you to all of this amazing cast and crew. And we've got Ryan Omega T. Dean. Thank you so much for that. And let's see. One thing for you to know as the audience is if you check out our Tiltify page where you can donate to the charity, you should be able to see some rewards. You can do a few things here as our maids go along throughout the world. You can add a dice to their roll to give them kind of like advantage. You can pay for them to have an auto success if you're feeling generous. You can also refresh their dice. So I think if they are losing some of their honor, which you might hear a little bit about, you can help them out a little bit. You can take away some of their honor, which is bad for them, believe me, and you'll see why. Or you can grant them a special item. So these are all the rewards if you donate to the charity that you can help change how the game goes. And definitely check that out, help support, and we're gonna get started. Alrighty. So we are going to begin by leaving this world of Black Friday sales, Cyber Monday deals, a Starbucks line out the door. We are going to enter a fantasy realm where service people are respected. True fantasy. In this world, maids and butlers are part of an honorable societal caste that are concerned with providing the best service and stewardship of their people they caretake and their environment as possible. This crew that we're about to meet all have known each other for a while. They're part of the Secret Maid Society, which not only upholds the standards of honorable maiddom, but fights crime throughout the city. You've worked with each other before. Tony, maybe just once. You're the new guy. And you've been called in to the Maid Council to hear about a new mission. But before we go to the council, I would like each of you to tell me what you were doing before you headed to Maid Council and give me a visual description of yourself. And we'll start with Gladys. What were you up to before this?
So I was, I cleaned in one of the homes that I work at, and when I got the call, I was in the middle of helping around the house, doing a little dusting. But whenever I get the call, I just kind of drop what I'm doing, and that often means just dumping the trash on the floor if I'm not getting tipped well enough. So I did that. Don't really like the guy so much, so I left and I came over. They really got to treat you well, otherwise trash gets dumped on the floor. Them's the rules, and you go with that. So when I got the call, I just headed right over.
And Gladys, what do you look like? Like, what are you wearing? What's your preferred maid outfit?
So in the early days, I dressed a little bit on the sexy side. You're a magical girl. There's some people that are into that sort of thing. Why not try and get a rich husband out of it? But I'm
lives at the Maid Council, and there's a chair waiting for them. All right. Aki, what were you, or Jeeves, may I say? Jeeves, what were you doing before this?
Just a bit of light dusting in the grand hall, listening to some classical music, keeping an eye out and an ear open for my master or for phone in case somebody needs to be helped in some way, but just a little light dusting and some classical music, enjoying my solitude.
Beautiful. And describe yourself visually.
I am about 6 feet tall, rather tall for a butler. People are often telling me. I think they're used to us being short and stout, but I'm quite lean, and have dark skin and shortly cropped hair, and just the faintest bit of mustache on the upper lip, and a nice suit and tie,
Beautiful.
find wing-tipped shoes.
Ooh, nice. All right. You arrive at the Maid Council, and there's a seat waiting for you as well. All right. Sephiroth, what were you doing before this?
That would be XX Sephiroth XX. Thank you. And what you see is what you get. Sephiroth is currently, he has his book out. He's freshly just ended up finishing a crime scene. The chalk outline has been neatly and beautifully done around what could only assume to be someone's previous cat, and so he takes a solemn moment. Aren't we all buffering?
Yes.
I can.
Dream's frozen for me.
Very good. Then
All
I
right.
will continue with the poem I have written for this chalk outline. It is called The Mysteries of Death. Death is unknown. We die as strangers, and we die not knowing why. When our time comes, death is a mystery, for we die not knowing why. And then he gets a buzzing ringtone, quite obviously interrupting his intense concentration on his poetry writing. Dread, it must be another crime scene. All right, I have to go. And he'll nod to the team, closing his poetry book, and head off towards the Maid Center TM.
Beautiful. All right. And let's see, a Roombot. What were you up to before this?
We open up on a large building somewhere in the city. There is a massive explosion. I did that. I come bursting out of the fireball that has consumed an entire floor of a city building. I land, very cool, in a 3-point pose. I stand up. I am wearing literally nothing but this gown over my chest, this bun, and tight black short shorts. I stand like the Terminator as the building explodes behind me. I then about face, open up my chest compartment, and I start to eat up all the rubble, but I can't quite process the forward motion. There's too much rubble. So I'm just bonking into the rubble for like a good 5 minutes as I'm eating it up. About 5 minutes pass when I get the call to come to the Maid headquarters TM. At that point, I immediately stop, turn around, and go, I must go to the headquarters. Bye. And I slowly walk down the street.
Amazing.
That's what I do.
And if you could clarify for my mind, are you a humanoid robot? Are you boxy? What's the robot situation there?
As a robot, I am the Mark I. I'm very crude, but I look like a very large, buff man. But I am still just a robot. I do not understand things like humor and personality. But I understand that when there is a spider in an apartment, you blow up the whole apartment to kill that one spider. This is in my protocols, and I do that.
Beautiful. A wonderful naked metal man wearing an apron. Wonderful.
Yes.
You arrive at the Maid Council. And finally, Tony, what were you up to before this?
So Tony was, I was definitely cleaning the nice little suburban house unit that, Miss DeCosta, she's a wonderful model. She's really gotten into the whole swing of helping create and getting affordable cosplay gear for a lot of the people around. But she's out on assignment right now, so I got to take care of the house for a couple of days. So as I'm trying to, vacuum up. I'm reading this book about Chinese cuisine because, Mr. Costa has never had good Chinese cuisine while we've been out here. So I was kind of hoping maybe I could learn that so that I could surprise her when she comes back. And then while I'm flipping through and trying to vacuum at the same time, next thing I know, I get a call and I feel the buzz and all of a sudden my hands jerk because I wasn't expecting a call. And next thing I know, I answer the call. Hello, this is Tony Michelli here. How can I help you? And it's of course it's the council. The council saying, "Oh, you got to go," and I'm thinking, "Oh, crap. Okay, so I gotta. All right, straighten everything up. All right, I gotta go. Lock up the place. Very good. Next thing I know, there's a lime scooter outside. We're gonna take that lime scooter and get over to the get over to the council because being a house husband it pays, but I'm still working to get my own method of transportation. So unfortunately that lime scooter is really all I can afford right now, but hey, it's better than nothing, and it's environmentally friendly, of course.
Of course, and that is very important for a husband to maintain. Wonderful. All right, so you arrive to the Maid Council, and as you are all in the great hall of the Maid Council, this is the ballroom of a prominent mansion on the Bankers Hill, where Maid Council takes place. The heads of council are in discussion, and you all arrive, and the councilwoman, Miss Rion, walks up to you and says, "Oh, good, you've arrived. Please just talk amongst yourselves for a moment while we get the final paperwork in order. You'll just wait here." And she will walk away to a stack of paperwork with her fellow council members, and you are free to catch up with each other.
I say, how are we all today?
Oh, just dealing with the dread of constant bureaucracy.
Yes, it's a pleasure to see you too, darling. Gladys is going to light a cigarette.
Tony's gonna look around and say, "Well, it's a pleasure to be back here again. I'm hoping this doesn't take too long. I mean, I know I got to get back to the house. I was kind of working on a recipe and hoping I wasn't gonna get distracted, but duty calls, right? Duty calls."
Yes, duty calls, but I know you're new, but I mean these things can take days, so you kind of have to forgo some of those responsibilities.
Yeah, I know. They take days. It's just I gotta do a good job for Mr. Costa. She really deserves a clean home and a good meal, and I just want to make sure that when she gets back, it's not, "Oh, where's my where's my housekeeper?" He's just paying me and I'm not doing the job. So I got to make sure. But again, duty calls and I'm here. So again, it's a pleasure to see you again. Getting a little nervous here, but we're it's gonna be fine. Gonna be fine.
So here's a tip from someone who's been in this industry for quite a while: takeout. It's a lifesaver.
You're just used to going through the motions for work and pay.
All right. Takeout. Well, I'm gonna have to pick your brain later about some good takeout spots. We tried a couple, but they weren't quite up to Miss DaCosta's specs, if you know what I mean. So I figured maybe I should learn how to do it. It's nothing like a home cooked meal, and I kind of wanted to, I guess, surprise her. Not that I'm jonesing for the boss here, of course, and it's not like I'm married. Just gotta get that clear.
Understood. Mr. Michelli, would you like to register your Roombot Mark 1 product now?
I'm sorry. Wait,
and we're back to bureaucracy.
Yes.
Oh, Roombot, it's so good to see you. And he Gladys kind of just starts tapping on his arm.
I turn, put a big elbow on the table. Gladys, would you like to
Yes.
register your Roombot Mark 1 now, please?
Oh, I'd like to do some registering, of course.
Registering your product will allow you to enter into a newsletter and other great prizes. Roombot Mark 1 would love it if you could register your product now.
Does that go to email? I don't really use email.
The
I
curse
prefer,
of
paper
capitalism.
letters.
We also use texting, and we also use many social media apps at Roombot Mark 1 _
You know, in my day, social media was just being social and going out. There was no media involved.
Well, things change, don't they, Gladys?
They certainly do. And she's gonna pull a flask out and just
You
they
seem like you could
certainly
use
do.
a little bit of fun, XX Sephiroth XX. You should come over sometime for tea.
And poetry.
Oh god,
Sure.
not this again.
I'm sorry, do you miss my lovely haikus?
I always miss your haikus. They pair so well with the music I listen to.
Quandary, poems. Roombot has downloaded a poem protocol for Sephiroth. Would you like to engage in poetry?
Are you doing the poetry or am I?
Yes, I am proficient in poetry now. I have downloaded a protocol. I can do poetry now.
All right. Well, how about you make a haiku for Gladys.
For Gladys, haiku 575. Initializing. Old woman makes treats. She smokes when she's off her feet. Then comes the morning. Oh, I'm done. You're welcome.
I can't believe artificial intelligence is going to replace my job.
That's what we are here to do. Roombot Mark 1.
I knew it.
Please install protocol for how to handle walls.
Walls?
Gladys is gonna elbow.
Don't do
Tony.
well in walls.
He said he was gonna take me off my feet. Do you hear that?
I, you know what? That could be interpreted a myriad of ways, but yeah, a myriad of ways. I don't watch our backs right now. Just
I wonder what other protocols he has.
I think those are the what's the term? The downloadable. That's that extra downloadable content. You got to pay a premium on those.
It's subscription based.
There's always a premium or something else attached. I bought the thing, just let it work.
But you see, that's how they get
Yes,
you.
BattleBot Roombot also has the new Battle Maid Pass. For an extra $5.99 a month, you get access to new and unusual things like more resources and other resources, so that you too can have a better Roombot than your other Roombot.
I heard
friends.
them play Modern Warfare 2 with you and carry you through the DMZ mode.
Sadly, yes. Sadly, yes.
At this point, the councilwoman Rion returns, and she walks up to Jeeves and says, "Oh, Jeeves, I know we forgot about this last time, but here is the sitting in a chair protocol for Roombot. Could you please install this before we get started?"
I would be most honored to accommodate you. If you would give me but a moment. Jeeves goes over to Roombot and if I may.
Yes, please.
And I would like you to roll your
first
wits
roll.
dice. And yes,
First roll of the game.
as you do that, I'm going to explain a little bit about how this game works. This is a homebrew combination of a bunch of things, a bit powered by the apocalypse, a little bit inspired by Blades of the Dark, and there is a Maid RPG as well. It's kind of a mishmash of a bunch of things. So what you're going to do is you are going to roll the number of dice that correspond to your skill level in wits. Beautiful.
So
And
I
tell
have
me the highest.
a 3 in wits, but I can add 1 die when I convincingly use my maid or battle archetype in this task. Since I am an electronics expert, does that mean that as I'm installing this protocol, I can add a die for a
Correct.
possible higher dice roll? Awesome. Then I'm rolling 4 die.
Wonderful.
My highest result is a 3.
All right, so that is a mixed success. There are ways to push your success level higher in this game. You can take a hit to your honor. This would be something that your character would feel a little bit dishonorable about according to who they are as a maid or butler. You can choose to do that. You can take the mixed success, but also don't forget, if you're out there in the audience and you're going to support our charity, you can grant extra dice rolls to people, or you can grant automatic successes. So check out the Tiltify link for that. Would you like to stick with your role or push?
I think I will stick to my role. I don't think that Jeeves has had the opportunity to work a lot with the room bots.
Okay. All right. So describe how you install this protocol. And I'm going to say with the mixed success, the sitting protocol is successful, but Roombot is going to have a weird accent for the next 5 minutes.
Perfect.
Okay. It accidentally downloads an additional subroutine that comes with the sitting protocol. Okay. So Jeeves opens up a hatch in Roombot's back, and in the hatch, I would imagine there are different slots, very similar to like on a Star Trek ship, where the isolinear chips go into like specific slots. And the little disc that they're holding looks a little bit like an isolinear chip, and they slot it into one of the spaces. But like there must be some like dust or dirt or something in the slot because it's not quite engaging, and so they like pull the slot out. You know, they do the thing that you do with like a Game Boy cartridge and like across the slot to try and kind of clear it out a little bit. And when they do that, put the chip back in, it kind of like there's a little bit of a glitch that happens, and that's like the subroutine misfiring when they install it, and yeah, that's what happens. Oops. I'm afraid I might have triggered something here, Roombot, that I believe the subroutine is going to work. But unfortunately, I think you might have some unintended side effects from the installation. Should clear out of your system momentarily.
Is Roombot not Wi-Fi enabled?
Apparently not.
Doesn't he have
Take into account,
Bluetooth?
take into account that this Roombot is Mach 1, which implies that there are later Machs that perhaps are
they
Wi-Fi enabled.
Yet?
I don't know. I'm not personally working on the Roombot project. I was given a call with my expertise. They thought I would be a logical choice to help with the Roombots, but I turned it down. I had other projects that I was more interested in.
I think I have printers more advanced than this thing.
Well, we all have to start somewhere, and Roombot is perfect in his imperfections.
Yeah, thank you. The Roombot is working currently on its Bluetooth model. Now, unfortunately, vocal protocols have been resetting to a national default known as Chicago. So we're going to be working on this for the next couple of 2 minutes, about 3.5 hours. In the meantime, please enjoy my wonderful Chicago dialect, which is absolutely perfect. Bluetooth enabled is something you can use. Please use your phones to sync up with the Roombot Mach 1 Bluetooth signal. That's been all from Roombot Mach 1.
Yeah, you better get used to this sort of thing, Seffi. First it was the vacuum cleaner, and now it's Roombots. Next thing you know, the house is gonna clean itself, and we're all out of a job and on the street again.
That's why I've already secured my employment.
It's funny that you mention out of the job. Well, let's all take a seat. Roombot, you should too now be able to sit. Finally. Yes, take a seat around the table. And as she gestures to this large, elegant, round table with chairs all circled around it, there are a few other council members here already. Jeeves, you do recognize a butler amongst them, Alfred, sitting across the table. There are a few that you have all met and known for a while. And there is even not quite a room bot, but a maid with a bit of a augmentation, robotic augmentation. And Roombot, the way the light shines off the metal on this augmentation is just, you feel a little bit of something inside of you, whatever that is.
Roomba notices that femme unit looks wicked hot. If anyone would like to help wingman me.
Alrighty, so it looks like we're back. Okay, so in case you missed it, Councilwoman Rian was just describing to you a threat to the city. She said that there was a group of maids called the Dishonored that are seeking to steal the secret code to a weapon known as glitter bombs. Roombot, you will have heard of this. You know that such weapons violate the Honorable Sanctity Commission convened decades ago to make sure that everything was on the up and up. So they are dirty, dirty, dirty bombs. And that's exactly what Councilwoman Rian tells you. These dirty bombs are not like anything that you've seen used before. These leave a fine dust of glitter over everything that cannot be gotten out with even the strongest of washing. Roombot, I'm sure you've seen their destruction in the war.
Oh yeah, it was a wicked picture. These things went off and they just got all over the place. I would vacuum for weeks at a time, and these little sparkly bastards would still show up about 3 weeks down the road. Don't recommend them. Roombot, Mark 1.
Yes, absolutely. They're horrible, horrible things. But the mayor of our town does keep one nuclear glitter bomb in order to discourage other cities from war ever since the Great Accords of yesteryear. It's called mutually assured destruction. Each of us has a nuclear glitter bomb, and none of us will use it because we know the destruction would be too great. However, the Dishonored are out to steal the code for this bomb. And I need you all to get in there and get that code before they do. The mayor cannot know about this.
Is there some way that I could perhaps have been watching Miss Rion this whole time and assessing what she says to determine if she's being truthful?
Yeah, absolutely. Would you like to use wits or wiles, or what skill would you like to use?
I think this is a matter of wits.
Okay.
So if I could, I'd like to roll my wits roll.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. I got a 2.
A 2.
Is my fail.
So a 2 is a fail.
Mhm.
In this case, all you're really trying to do is get a sense of whether she, like, what is it that you're trying to get a sense of specifically?
I mean, she's, instead of asking us to keep the code from being stolen, she's asking us to get the code before the other group gets the code. And that kind of pings Jeeves's sort of, suspicions, I guess. They want to make sure that Miss Rihanna is on the level here.
Got it, on the up and up. So with that roll, you try getting insight into what she's saying, and it's hard for you to tell. She is very concerned and stoic, but you can't really divulge whether this is on the up and up or if this is something to be worried about. Difficult to get a sense of it. Right.
And once we have these codes for this dastardly glitter bomb, which I've seen at several crime scenes, mind you, what shall we do with it?
Well, currently the plan is to steal the codes and replace them with fake codes. And she picks up from under the table a large briefcase that slams down on the desk. This is a replica of the briefcase that contains the codes. We want you to switch them. And the reason why is, as you know, as maids, we work in the shadows. We make sure that those who are our charges don't have to know about the intricacies of stressful everyday situations like the dishes or the dirty laundry. What we want to do is switch the codes out so the dishonored do not have them. And once they take the fake codes, our butler council will go in, reassess the situation, redo the weak points where this is part of it. As you infiltrate the mansion, these weak points that you find will be part of what the butlers will go in and patch up afterwards. And once everything is fixed up to a new level of security, we will replace those codes, and the mayor will never know what danger the city was in.
This sounds good to Roomba Mark 1. When do we go? And is there any form of transportation that we can take, like an L train or maybe even just a good old-fashioned cab?
Well, Roomba, you're free to take whatever form of transportation is in your protocol. There's the city trolley, which is the most efficient form of transportation around town.
Is this not high enough priority to utilize the Maid mobile?
Well, you want to use the Maid mobile. Can you handle the Maid mobile?
I believe Jeeves would be apt.
It is something I would certainly be capable of doing.
I've always wanted to
Driving is one of my specialties.
Gladys, you drive a top speed of 14.5 miles per hour because you're afraid of getting a ticket.
It's not because I'm afraid of getting a ticket. I like the scenery, okay?
You're just a Sunday driver.
That's all I'm allowed to drive anymore after, the situation.
I would love to have Tony as my co-pilot. It seems to me that driving is a skill that you also should make part of your repertoire.
I think I'd be down for the task. Again, not really. I've learned to drive. Came here on a scooter, but if it appeased you, yeah, I'd love to learn from you if we can. That'd be great.
I would be honored.
I do remember the one time Jeeves and XX Sephiroth XX used the Maid mobile. And what I would like you to do right now is I would like you two to describe the last time you used the Maid mobile. And in doing so, this is going to help you convince the councilwoman to let you use this. So you are going to tell me a story of when you two specifically last used this. And depending how good it is, I will grant you your dice. And feel free to use, your special skills, your special maid archetypes to convince me to give you more dice.
Well, it was a very late evening, as we were certainly perusing the town. It was on patrol, but once we had gotten into hot pursuit of another dastardly attempt at crime, I pulled out my book of poetry, and at one point I had written about the initial drift, and by performing the maneuvers of the initial D, we were certainly able to begin catching up to the assailants. Isn't that right, Jeeves?
Indeed. I was in top form that night. I have never driven better, and I will never drive as well again. I, with Sephiroth XX's guidance and direction, I was able to cleanly whip around those curves. Yes, I do believe that I should have won some sort of award for the work.
As they say, there is no more sleep in Tokyo.
Amazing. All right. Each of you are going to roll the dice for the skill that you think best describes how you drove that Maid mobile. And I'm going to grant you each one extra dice for the roll, and we will consider the highest roll of each of you.
Cool. I'm going to be rolling my wiles.
And that will be 2 sixes of charm.
Ha, ha, ha. Oh, interesting. Okay, yes, I rolled 2 sixes.
Amazing. Okay. This is what we call an epic success. Alrighty. So you describe the last time you drove the Maid mobile, and this brings the councilwoman back because she was looking in on you as you took it for this test drive. And she gets this wistful look in her eye and she says, "Oh yes, the way you took those curves reminds me of my younger days, when I just would drive on the open road for miles and miles, cruising USA. It was, you bring me back. You know what? I do think it's time for the new generation to learn the ways of the Maid mobile. I trust you two to train up Tony and keep Gladys under control and make sure Roombot doesn't pair with the accessories. You may take the Maid mobile."
I do trust that the Maid mobile is fully stocked with its various amenities.
Of course, as always.
Ah, yes, good.
And if ever you would like a ride, Miss Rion, you are always welcome to call upon me.
Really?
Of course.
Thank you, Jeeves.
Same with you, Gladys. No one needs you driving.
Look, okay? I feel real called out here. Just because I don't know how to use a GPS. It's
You
not
can't
really
even
my
drive
fault.
stick.
Oh, I can drive a stick, all right.
Oh,
Okay,
different
all
kind.
And
Go on.
no, I wasn't going to say anything. You see Jeeves's cheeks darken just a little bit as they are kind of, um, nearly apoplectic at an old person talking about the things they used to do or still do.
All I'm saying is back in my day, we didn't always get hired for our cleaning skills, if you know what I mean.
That was a different kind of time in the maid service.
In speaking of Gladys driving, I do believe you are due for your license renewal, Gladys. You did get that renewed, right? I do need to just photocopy your ID for records purposes. It's current, right?
Which one?
The driving license?
Oh, you have to get that renewed?
All right, we'll have the councilmen reach out to you and figure that out. Just don't let her drive. Okay. All right.
I
all right.
love driving. I mean, you get to see all the things and people wave at you.
They're waving angrily.
That wasn't waving.
Are you sure they were waving a full hand, or was it a certain number of digits?
Yes, thank you, Tony.
I mean, I can't really see so well, so I'm not really sure. All I saw was it going like this.
All right. Well, Jeeves, I trust you. Okay, so you have your mission. You have the Maid mobile, and she looks to the other council members, and you see one gentleman raise his hand. Jeeves, you would know this as Alfred of the Butlers. Yes, Alfred. Alfred stands up and joins you all and says, "I might have a source of a little bit of information for you that you could use as reconnaissance to help your mission go easier. Do you all mind?" And Alfred gestures to speak to Jeeves privately. "Do you mind?" He
Not
waits
at
for you
all.
all to just turn around. So he takes you aside and whispers in your ear and says, "All right, I know in the Butler City, Magnus has the floor plans to the mansion. The floor plans will make your job much easier. So if you retrieve that from Magnus, he might need a little bit of convincing to give those up.
He always does. But I assure you, I will do my best to secure the floor
My
plans.
kitty ears will perk up, hoping to catch this conversation through the wiles that be, if you would.
Yeah, do your wiles.
With a 4.
Awesome. Okay, yes. So that is, I believe 4 is a mixed success. So you catch pieces of it. You hear Magnus, Butler, and that's about it. Yeah. And then Alfred says to you, Jeeves, just make sure you keep the maids on the straight and narrow while you're down there. All right.
I shall do my level best, but you know, few of them have minds of their own.
Yes, I can see that. All right, well, and then he gives you the secret Butler handshake, which if you'd like to describe it, you can, or we can leave it to the imagination.
The secret Butler handshake is just reaching up to adjust the knot of your tie. Like, yeah.
Beautiful.
I was hoping for a woogity woogity woogity, but I guess I'm saving that for the maids.
So we're butlers. We conduct ourselves with
utmost butlery.
Yes. We buttle always appropriately.
Absolutely. So as Alfred takes his leave, Councilwoman Rian turns around and says, and don't forget, this is a secret mission. You can't give away the details of what's going on or would incite panic. For them to know that not just a glitter bomb, but one capable of rendering the entire city under its sparkly destruction, I fear what may happen to the public.
I do feel like it would keep us gainfully employed, to be entirely fair.
It would be so dirty. So dirty. And she looks distressed and turns away. Says, off with you to your mission.
I can't believe we're on a quest to go ruin our own job security.
All right, so when we left us last, you were led down to the underground garage where the Maid Mobile awaits. So the Maid Mobile, each of you, I would like you to give me one feature of the Maid Mobile that it has. Let's start with Roombot.
So the Maidmobile has on board a washing machine that can not only clean your clothes, but clean things you put in there, like brushes and brooms and dead bodies and weapons and things like that. It's got a universal cleaning facility inside the mobile.
I love that. Yes, canon. All right. Tony, tell me a feature of the Maid Mobile.
Look, I'm going to go over with all the maids they do need to travel in comfort, and sometimes it's cold outside. So when it's cold outside, you got to have heated seats for everyone, not just the driver and the shotgun, but every seat's got to be heated because we got to take care of the maids and they need to feel warm so that the bodies are warm to do what they do best.
Amazing. Beautiful. All right. XX Sephiroth XS XX. Blah. Tell me a feature of the Maid Mobile.
Instead of the standard, in addition to the standard, like little squirt things that clean your windshield, there is another set also in front that are tilted slightly upwards. So when you're driving and someone is tailgating you, you actually are able to squirt cleaning fluid over the car and onto the car behind you in an act of passive aggression. That can also have a switch flipped to work as an oil slick or a thing to mask the windshield of the car behind you.
Amazing. I love that. All right. Gladys, tell me about a feature of the Maid Mobile.
So my personal favorite feature of the Maid Mobile is the ability, like the door that opens up for the Ghostbusters and Ninja Turtles. Like, yeah. So there's that, and it has a high-powered water jet, but it also doubles as a blow dryer and a vacuum. And so you can pop out and you can get those windows that are just like really hard to get from the top floors. Yeah, we can get those from the Maid Mobile. It's essential because nobody likes looking at dirty windows.
Beautiful. All right. And Jeeves.
The Maid Mobile is equipped with a hot drink dispenser. So if you want a cup of tea or coffee or cocoa or a hot toddy or something, or a mulled cider or something of that type, it will produce any hot beverage that you would like in varying types. But yeah,
Wonderful.
hot drink dispenser is a must for a good maid or butler experience. It helps to sustain us. It's like their lifeblood, the hot beverage.
Amazing. All right. So all of those features now exist in the Maid Mobile, and you are free to use them when you need to. So you are granted the keys to the Maid Mobile, and you may all get in it and you're on your way. You all know the way around the city. You all know, most of you know how to drive, and you are free to do what you need to do.
Before we get in the car, I'm going to stop and pull out my poetry book and kind of blessing the vehicle with, the equivalent of the Maid machine spirit, if you would, recites, race car driven by a maid behind the wheel, but a racing machine. Fastest car on the road, maid at the wheel, but a racing machine. And then get it. But as Sephiroth gets in, the heated seats cause him to not sit normally. He curls up into a ball.
Do you think he made that himself? What? No one got it, really?
A good one, Gladys. Tony, if you would sit here in the front with me, I can start teaching you the finer points of proper driving technique.
Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity. And Tony's gonna sit in. Ooh, these seats are very, very nice. I don't think I've ever been in one of the Maid Mobiles before. Like, what else can this thing do? I mean, heated seats are nice and everything, but what else I got?
I believe there's a dispenser for the hot beverage of your choice.
I'm sorry, a drink dispenser? Okay, so wait. First of all, is it safe to operate this while driving, or do I have to be in the passenger seat to do this? Because, they say don't drink and drive, you might spill your beer, but, we were supposed to be of a higher class than that, if you know what I mean.
Does it
That is why
dispense whole milk?
I mean, if you want it to be warm, then yes.
Yes.
I'd like a hot cocoa, please.
The dispenser does the thing.
Oh, that's just delicious. Are there any mini marshmallows? I love mini marshmallows.
It
in my
even
hot
gave
cocoa.
me my favorite mug.
Yes, you do know that is a feature of the Maid Mobile, that it recalls your mug preferences and puts your drink into your favorite mug.
Naturally.
Gladys's
Thing of
mug just
beauty.
has a picture of Roombot on it.
Roombot is going to lean in and just say, oil, hot oil, WD-40 oil. And then it
Oh,
comes
it's gonna
out.
be that kind of party.
And this mug, I'm on the naughty list, comes out, and it's like all sassy fought, and Roombot's like, yes, queen.
Oh,
Yes.
where did your vinyl cut live, laugh, love insignia go?
I decided to remove it, for Roombot cannot laugh, and therefore I cannot live.
Ah, and therefore you cannot laugh.
No.
No, he didn't say that one. He only said the laugh part.
Gladys, just because you're a thrice divorcee doesn't mean you're capable of love either.
I mean, look, I can love certain things about people.
At this time, like the moment that XX Sephiroth says that, Jeeves just pushes a button and like suddenly all of the windows window tints go dark for a moment because the shade.
Ah, yes.
Amazing. And as you do that, Tony, where are you sitting? Are you in the passenger seat?
I am in the passenger seat. Yes. Still, I've seen everybody grab their drinks, and Tony just casually says, "Hot toddy, hot toddy, hot toddy. Can I get one of those, please?" And immediately, if the mobile
It'll give you a hot toddy.
provides a yes, I'm gonna take a hot toddy, and it's a standard black mug with no design on it because we're pretty basic here. He takes a sip. Oh, that's lovely on a cold day there. I'm gonna place it back there, and then he looks over to Jeeves. Wait a minute, I'm not supposed to be drinking this, right? Again, this is not supposed to be something I drink during if I'm learning. Is that right, Jeeves?
You can always get a non-alcoholic version if you so choose.
That's very good. Well, I don't want this one to go to waste. So maybe, do we have any to-go cups that I can dump this in for later so that I can get a non-alcoholic
You
hot
are
toddy
not
version?
operating the vehicle, so I
Just
think you're
drink it
fine.
quicker.
If you
Sorry,
look at Gladys, she's just pouring her flask into the hot cocoa.
Okay. So just drink it quick, and you see Tony just start to drink, and it's warm and it's nice, but then it starts to get a little hot, and so he starts coughing. Okay, maybe a little too much there. That's fine. Whew, it was delicious. All right, I'm all ready to go. I'm feeling quite warm, quite ready.
As you recover from your beverage, the taste of your beverage, you hear a kerplunk, and in the I'm blanking on what the thing is called. The
Glove compartment?
Roar. Yeah, the glove compartment. In the glove compartment in front of you, Tony, you see a little green light turn on and start blinking right after you hear this kaplunk, and it sounds like it just kaplunked into the glove compartment.
Hey, Jeeves, hey,
Yeah.
this green light here, do I need to be worried about this?
I suppose it means that there's something you need to retrieve from the glove compartment.
Oh, okay, perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and place my hand in the glove compartment. Green light. Is it like a button or anything like that, or can I just reach
you
in?
just push the button and it'll open it up.
Pushing the button and I'm opening it up. What do I see?
So from the glove compartment, you pull out what looks like a small bag, velvet bag, tied at the top very tightly. And there's a label sewn onto it. And the label says, Old Magics.
Oh, magic. What is old magic? I'm going to open up the bag to try to see what's inside this bag of old magic.
You try opening the bag and you can't. The knot will not open.
I've never seen one of these. Wasn't a Boy Scout in my, I never learned how to do. This is really crazy. Anybody got a knife? Can I try to cut this open?
Hold up. I think that might be something of mine, perhaps.
Yes.
Oh,
perhaps allow other people the opportunity to try to open it before we cut into it.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Forgive me. I'm gonna hand the bag over to Gladys. You said this one might be yours. Then I'm gonna.
It's certainly possible. It has some, magical qualities, just like me.
It is as dusty as you, isn't it?
Oh, all right.
So the windows go
Stephanie,
dark
I'm really
again.
getting tired of the attitude. Okay.
It's fine. I'll write poetry about it later.
So you
Turn off
have
your heated seat.
So you hand this bag to Gladys, and Gladys, you take a look, and yes, you know what this is. This is a bag of old magics, and you know from your history with the old ways of maiddom that this is a bag with a very special item in it, and it will not open until the time is right.
Oh, okay, everybody. So this is, I know what this is. And you guys don't, all young whippersnappers. So this is some of the old magics, old maid magics, and it won't open until it's the right time. So we won't even know what it is. It'll just happen.
So
we could just set this aside.
It's like
I
The
do
bag
want
from
to.
Big Trouble in Little China.
I do want to mention thank you, Mahooch, for your donation for a special item. You have gifted the bag of old magics to our maid crew. And I also want to say thank you to the anonymous donor who has gifted to the campaign. And right now we are at 150 out of our goal of $500 for the charity. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Let's
It
see
would
if we can
mean
reach
a
that
lot to
goal.
us.
Gladys knows because Gladys could use a meal. She is elderly.
I mean, I'm always hungry.
Gladys is always hungry.
It's a state of being, all right? Not a state of mind. Hunger is a state of being.
And there are many things for which she hungers. Not all of them being food.
Eyes, Roombot.
Roombot recognizes scandalous. Very scandalous. Roombot's uncomfortable, and I start to try to exit the vehicle, but I keep bumping in the window. Still not sure how doors work or walls.
Will someone please keep Roombot from accidentally throwing himself out of the vehicle? Thank you. Sephi.
Roombot is free to do what his programming will.
This door is Vexum.
It sounds like you have a bug that you need to patch, or the manufacturer. I don't know. I don't develop this shit.
Roombot, it is unsafe for you to try to exit the vehicle while it is moving. If you would please refrain from trying to open the door.
Roombot will not open the door. Roombot is currently not aware of even how to open the door. Roombot is perplexed.
Where is the maid to clean up your code?
There is no maid for Roombot's code. There is only Roombot and explosions.
So Jeeves, luckily you recall that as the driver, you do have full control over the child locks.
Oh, the doors are locked. That goes without saying. But this is the Roombot who has like the ability to rig explosives and and is not above just blowing his way out of here. So I'm just trying to keep my eye on that.
Amazing.
It's like as you say that, my jaw is distending and I'm pulling out like explosive paracord and I'm just lining the wall around the door with it. And
That's a rock.
And like my finger is like beeping and I go, explosive paracord ready to cut on mark.
As the paracord hangs, Sephiroth will just be batting at it.
Gladys?
Yes, dear.
Please do not allow Roombot to blow a hole in my car.
Just don't light a cigarette, Gladys.
Look, if you've been alive as long as I have, you learn to love and see how things just play out.
Ah, yes, you're the one who gave Roombot the live, laugh, love insignia, aren't you?
I absolutely am. I wanted him to learn some things, and you know what? In my life, you gotta live, laugh, and love.
Transitive property. Roombot cannot love. For Roombot can do neither of those three things. Roombot is in distress.
Oh no. Roombot is in distress. I think somebody needs to make a roll to chill out Roombot, actually. Would anyone like to give it a try?
Sure. Glad as well.
All right, what are you attempting to do, and are you using any of your special skills?
Yeah, so I have the ways to the old maid society. I can I can teach somebody how to behave, pretty much.
All right, so and then you'll tell me how he will behave.
It's a 3.
Okay, so that's a mixed success. So describe to me how you attempt to make him behave, and I'll let you know.
Well, actually, would this be wiles? Because I'm kind of manipulating somebody into something.
Yeah, you could argue that.
Okay, all right. I will argue that it would be wiles. Okay, so a 4 instead. So slightly better mixed success.
All right. So, darling Roomba, just relax and, do what I do. Sing a song when I'm stressed out. So if you have a specific song that you would sing, oh wait, you can do this. Roombot, play Despacito.
Playing Despacito. Despacito. Da 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 Despacito. Da 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 Despacito.
That's my favorite.
Why do my ears hurt so badly?
Da 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 Despacito.
All right. I think that this mixed success will stop Roombot from trying to explode the car. However, I think that anytime Roombot gets excited about something, he's going to start singing this song for the next day. Yeah, it's like an earworm.
Sam, you're diabolical. I love you. Meanwhile, Jeeves is like has much better poker face than I do. Poker faced in the front, just driving, eyes straight ahead. Yep, that's it.
Cool. Are you heading to the Butler City or do you have other plans?
I believe that the Butler City is where Jeeves is heading. They have been kind of not necessarily surreptitiously, but like not openly telegraphing which direction they're going. I would say, actually, can I check my rear view mirrors?
Yeah, absolutely. Are you looking for what are you looking for specifically?
I am trying to determine, I'm trying to confirm that we are not being followed.
All right, awesome. Go ahead and tell me what you'd like to use for this role.
I think this is a wits roll. This is I think this is a wits roll.
If you would like to utilize something, you describe it for me, some level of your communications expertise, I will allow you an extra dice.
I believe that one of the things that is just standard to every Maid mobile is kind of a GPS radar kind of thing.
Right.
And I think that the Maid mobile sends out like a sonar kind of thing. It's imperceptible, obviously, to human ears, but it kind of approximates proximity. It notices patterns and stuff like that. So if a car has been following you or that sort of thing, it would translate those signals from the device, the GPS device. So they're referencing that. They're checking their rear view mirrors to do that.
Awesome. Yeah, take that extra dice.
Woohoo! 6.
Awesome. Okay, total success. Okay. So you are checking out this radar. I think maybe as you do this, perhaps you point out, how this radar works to Tony, and you're just keeping an eye out to make sure you are not being followed. And after a good long while, you keep making a few turns.
I think that once Jeeves is confirmed they're not being followed, they start taking a more direct route to the Butler City.
Awesome. Alrighty. So as you drive through the network error, are we live?
It looks like we're having a bit of a connection issue again. Might be buffering a bit.
We're back now. Looks like
We're back. Yay!
Looks like we're back. All right. Thank you for bearing with us. Whenever it's windy in LA, it gets a little crazy with the internet.
Yep.
So thanks for hanging in there. And thank you all for your donations so far. It's much appreciated. So when we left you, you were in the Maid mobile, headed to the secret Butler City. And as you drive through the city in the Maid mobile, checking your radar, the mansions of the town pass. These are the estates of yore. This is why Maid society is such an honored and respected pastime here, because in this world, just people live on these grand estates and in these large units of, family units. And the maids are really what keeps society running. And that's why you're such a respected class of people. And you see, in the distance, you see rising over the hill, Bankers Hill, where the mayor lives, which, that's where your final mission takes you. And after all of this, you arrive, Jeeves, where is the entrance to Butler City. It is nondescript. It is the back of what could be called the warehouse district, which is more like a row of businesses selling baked goods like, bread and cured sausages. And you roll up to a nondescript back door. There's a dumpster. It doesn't really look like anything around, but yeah, you've arrived to the Butler City, but everyone else might not really know where you've taken them.
Sephiroth would be extremely distracted as he is still curled up on the heated seat, watching YouTube videos about how to code. Sorry, where are we? I've been watching videos. I thought that the ultimate crime scene at this point was Roombot's programming, so I thought I would work on cleaning it.
Very admirable for you to have stepped up to the plate on being the maid for his code.
I don't think anyone else can do it.
Well, I mean, I could take a stab at it. I just don't want to. We have arrived at an important location that will provide us information that we need in order to complete this mission. I am asking all of you to be respectful of the space. I imagine most of you have never been here before, but this is where I come from. And you will be my guests here. I expect you to act accordingly.
I'm always on my best behavior.
Smoking indoors hasn't been legal since the 80s.
What? No, that's not correct. It's all fine.
It is frowned upon here in Butler City.
Oh, I don't mind if people frown at me.
Roombot will put on precautionary vacuum suckers to inhale the smoke and release a refreshing breeze of spearmint and Despacito. Program is still struggling with that one. Sorry.
Tony's gonna look over at XX Sephiroth. You're probably gonna have to figure out the music code for that one, if you know what I mean.
Honestly, at this point, I feel like purging the system is the best thing to do.
If you are all ready, please follow me. And Jeeves, do we need to get out of the car to go in, or can we drive in?
Yes, so you know that it's a doorway, and you park the car and knock on the door.
Yeah, Jeeves will of course let everyone out first, as is customary for the butler to do. You open the door for everyone else. They show Tony how to do this and escort everyone to the front door and then give it a nice rap with their knuckle.
You see a little slot in the door open up and a pair of eyes peeking out, and you hear password.
I assume I know the password.
Yeah, you do. And it's whatever you decide the password is.
Right.
Kitten mittens.
Not now. That's not it.
No.
Password.
Wrong club. Yes.
No.
Open sesame.
If you would. The password is tobacco pipe.
You see the
Said
slot
there was no
close.
smoking.
Tobacco pipes are not smoking.
I told you it was fine.
You hear beyond the door, you hear a layer of locks unlocking. And the door opens. A butler walks out and says, "Welcome. I'll park the car."
Yes, of course. Actually, I've already parked it.
Oh.
Yes.
He looks around. He's like, "Great job. Parallel parking. Fantastic. Head on in."
I didn't
And he
want
opens the
car
door for
parked
you.
in Harvard Yard.
He opens the door for you and you may enter into the darkness. So as you enter, he leads you into what looks like a utility elevator, this large, mechanical elevator. Just if you didn't know any better, you'd think this was just a warehouse, just, they'd be moving machinery. He pulls some levers, pushes some buttons, enters a code, and says like, "Oh, some of you are new here, but I've seen you before, Jeeves." Yeah.
Yes, these are my guests. They are part of the Maid Council.
Good to meet you. I'm Kieran. This is, I'm a little bit of a newbie, so I'm on door duty, but just keep your hands in your pockets and take it easy. All right, here we go. And he pulls the lever, and quicker than seems safe, the elevator shaft descends into darkness, and it feels like you have gone many, many, many floors underground. There's a little bit of a feeling in your stomach of, when you're on the top of a roller coaster ride as it rushes towards the floor. And you see lights flashing as you go down between all these floors. And right when you think you've been on this too long, it slows suddenly and very softly comes to a stop. All right. If you got a barf, I got a barf bag right here.
I never liked roller coasters for this reason. It makes my stomach all wibbly wobbly.
Well, make sure you wibbly wobbly inside the bag. There you go.
I'm certain all of the whiskey does not help.
No, that actually is the thing that fixes it and takes a big swig.
All right. Okay.
That's much better.
Kieran looks at Jeeves like, "You got this?" Okay. All right. Someday I'll be like you. I hope I don't have to deal with people like this though. All right, never mind. All right, have fun. And he opens up the doors, and as you walk out of the elevator, you see before you the secret Butler City. And before you, this cavernous city opens up, and there are stores and layers of buildings and lights, and the darkness is lit up by fluorescent signs that advertise shoe shinings and fine leather goods and wallets, chains, and cuff links, anything you could think that a butler would need. You see the butler dining rooms, the steakhouses, and it just is this huge underground society just for butlers. And none of you have seen this before except for Jeeves. Jeeves, you come here a lot, you know this place. And this beautiful, vast array opens before you. And as you take it all in, you see a butler that you recognize. This is Magnus. Magnus walks up, says, "What? I see you've brought quite the bunch with you today. Well, are they nauseous?"
Of just bladders. I think the others are fine, I think. Perhaps a little bit rough around the edges. Sethi doesn't particularly like being dropped, but he always lands on his feet.
This is accurate.
All right. Well,
I'm pretty
welcome.
certain that Roombot isn't capable of feeling nausea.
No, I am not capable of feeling nausea.
Only
love.
panic, apparently.
Yes. Panic sets in.
All right. Well, you see him slap Roombot's hand. Just no explosives. All right. Well, all right. Well, I trust you have these under control. Welcome to Butler City. And this is where we are going to take a break. All right. So we are going to take a 10-minute break. Hang in there. Thank you so much for hanging with us throughout all of the internet issues. We're going to try to tune that up a little bit while we're on break. And thank you for your donations, and we will see you all soon. And welcome back to Battle Maid Brawl. Wonderful. Thank you all for hanging in there. I think we fixed our internet problem, so we should hopefully be smooth sailing from here. In case you missed us in the first part, we are playing Maids. crime-fighting maids in a secret society trying to save the city. And today we're supporting Meals on Wheels, a charity that helps elderly people get fed. And if you'd like to make donations, you can help give our players some advantage, automatic successes or failures, and some special items. We already got a special item. Thank you, Mahooch. And thank you, our anonymous donors. So thank you so much. We're at 150 out of 500 is our goal. So, all right. So when we last left you, you had just arrived to the Butler Secret City. And yeah, you met Magnus, just released into here, and he looked at all of you and said, welcome to Butler City.
Of course. Thank you so much for your welcome. We have been sent here to speak with you, in fact, Magnus. There is information that you are currently in possession of that would be helpful for our mission.
I am. What is it you seek?
We're looking for floor plans for a certain mansion, wherein a certain group, of which we will not speak in public, takes refuge.
Oh, I see.
In fact, privacy would be appreciated.
Oh, this is the Magnus you were talking about.
Yes, yes. What do you mean, the Magnus? You need to stop eavesdropping.
Look, big ears. Can't help it.
Well, they're very nice ears, but even so.
They are nice, yeah. Oh, I didn't like that. Well, I see my reputation precedes me. You want to speak somewhere private, is that right?
If possible, yes.
Is the tea shop to your liking?
It's to my liking, yes, but perhaps your butler suite.
Oh,
be better.
Really? All right. Well, let me just remind you, Jeeves, as you well know, I am not in the business of giving something for nothing. So follow me and we'll have a discussion.
Okay.
And you see Magnus leads you through the city. And as you pass, you see shops selling their wares. And you know that where you're headed is a bit of a walk. And Magnus can be convinced to stop and pause if you need to do any shopping, per se. And as you go through Butler City, I will let you all know. So on your character sheets, you have a spot for goods. The way that you obtain goods is basically through role play. So while you're going through here and maybe taking a detour to do some shopping, I would have you describe to me, what is it that you're looking for that you would potentially find in Butler City? And once you tell me that, tell me what you would have to trade for this item. And that trade would be something that you reasonably would have with your background. So if you can convince me this is something that you would have and tell me where you got it, you can offer it to the person who's offering their wares, and we'll do a roll and we'll see if the barter works. So Magnus says, yes, feel free to browse. It is a bit of a walk on the way. So is anyone looking for any goods?
I would be. Jeeves would want to make sure that everybody has been equipped with a communications device, like a discrete communications device, so that should we become separated or divided in some way, which is possible in a mansion of the size that we are talking about, I would like for everyone to be able to clearly communicate with one another. I believe for trade, they would probably carry around a pouch of what is the equivalent of air tags. They probably designed little beacons and tokens that can be placed on important items so that they, if they go missing, they can be easily found. It's something they've been tooling with for some time, and they believe it is about ready to hit the market. But they offer those in trade for some high-end discrete communication devices.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah. So you know exactly where the communication store is because you've been here many, many times, and that is your specialty. So you walk in and you see who's working the counter is Butler Misha, and you know her well, she's one of your buds. And Misha's like, Jeeves, welcome back. What are you up to? Who are these people?
These are my colleagues from the Maid Society.
Oh, cool. Well, you looking for something?
I was hoping to come by some high-end and discreet communication devices. Ours haven't been updated in some time, and I would like to assure that should we become separated, we will be able to clearly and easily communicate with each other.
All right. Yeah, I got that. All right, let's see what we've got here. She pulls a few devices out of the case, and you can see an array of different types. You see like earbud type communications. She holds up one and it looks like a human tooth, and she holds it to you like, now this one you put in your mouth and it just like resonates in your skull, so you can't really see. Yeah, that one's really cool. High technology. A little bit more expensive, but there's also, and she holds up like walkie-talkies, the older model, but they run really well. So what can I do for you? Which of these are you interested in?
Jeeves looks to the others. Well, I suppose it depends on people's level of comfort with the arrayed options. I would suggest, obviously, the more discreet, the better, but perhaps the tooth implant is a bit invasive for some people's taste. An earbud is simple, but adequate and the standard at this point. So do any of you have any particular objections to any of the offerings here on the table?
I want the tooth. I'm missing one anyway.
Yeah, I mean, they do just snap on. We're not gonna do dental work for you, they just go,
It doesn't come with that.
Well, if you want to go to the Butler Society of Dentistry, that is just a few blocks that way, but they usually take appointments in advance, so you probably wouldn't get it today.
Normally, I believed the BSOD was the blue screen of death, not the Butler Society of Dentistry.
Oh, no, yeah. Well, there is the BSOD on the other side where they do computer repair.
Roombot, yes. It's like the Red Ring. I know you've heard about that too.
What sort of communications device would you be most comfortable with, Roombot?
I would like to have a Bluetooth installed in my ear. If that's possible, I could then project a signal outward from my cranium.
I think we might have an old, you're a Roombot model
One.
Oh, really?
Yes.
How high do those models go?
About 25. Give me just a moment. And she goes in the back room and you just hear rustling around, and she comes back and she dusts off something. And she's like, yeah, I think this is a Roombot Model 1 compatible Bluetooth. I'll throw that in with whatever you get.
Are there any firmware updates?
Firmware.
Don't be racist.
Oh, you're gonna have to talk to the computer repair guys for that. Yeah.
Very well.
Anyway, so yeah, which of these are you going for? And I'll go ahead and have you make a roll to offer up the AirTags and see if she'll accept that for like the highest quality.
Sure, I'm going to use my charm for that. And because it's in electronics, I'm going to add an extra die, if that's all right.
Yes, good call.
All right, here we go. 6.
Awesome. Yeah. She looks at those AirTags like, you made these yourself?
I did. I've been tooling with them for a while. The stronghold that company has over the world is just a bit out of control for my liking. I figured I'd make something a little bit more accessible while still achieving the same thing.
It's all so dreadfully proprietary.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong there. Yeah, I'll definitely take these. If you want the tooth caps, totally. You should come work for us sometime.
When my days as a butler are over, I might consider it. For now, I have a job to do. My master needs me.
Of course. So that is successful. You may write on your character sheet put a little X under goods and note that you all have extra discreet communication devices. Roombot gets his Bluetooth installed properly, so you all can communicate discreetly. All right. Is anyone else looking for specific goods?
Yeah. I'll Edge of Legends. I'm gonna a quick callback to our my previous session. I will go back into a dark and shady alley
All right.
in search with my finely tuned cat ears, listening for the clicks of Beyblades.
All right. You can do this. However, are you convincing Jeeves to do this? Or are you trying to do this without Jeeves knowing? Because Jeeves is supposed to be keeping an eye on you.
It doesn't matter. If Jeeves is like, what are you doing? Looking for Beyblades.
Well, perhaps I can assist you with this, as I am an expert on this city, and my special knowledge will allow me to help you if you are trying to do a butler role. In this case, eavesdrop, because that's what butlers do.
Wouldn't it be a Jeeves drop?
Amazing.
I will. How is it that I both want to gently caress your face and also end you?
It's the ears.
Well,
Amazing.
I would like to offer him an extra die.
Absolutely. So Jeeves has a special skill that as long as they are in Butler City, they can assist and grant an extra dice to any role involving butlers to any other player. So, all right. So Tobias, use whatever skill you think.
I will use Wiles to find the shady back. There's a 6 there.
Awesome. Wonderful. Yes. So you listen. Jeeves kind of points you into like the vicinity where it might be. Your ears twitch and you hear. Yes, it's unmistakable. The clicking, the clanking of Beyblades.
Yes, good.
You make a beeline. You know exactly where to go. As you turn the corner of this dark alley, push aside a curtain, and there's a bouncer sitting there. He's like, you heard the clang.
Of course. How could I, of all people, not visit your fine Beybladian establishment?
He looks you up and down. He's like, yeah, I know you cool. Head in. You and your crew. Get on in there.
I'm going to beeline it for the first shady person in a trench coat who obviously has a bunch of Beyblades and rippers in their jacket.
And yes, they certainly do. And
yeah. Everyone's got one.
What you looking for, bud?
Yes. You see, I was interested in potentially one of the motorized rippers.
A motorized ripper, really?
Yes,
all right,
yes.
You're not a novice, are you?
The engine gear, if you would. It is. It replaces the typical spin gear, but I'm sure you're aware of that.
Oh, I'm aware. All right. You're not a beginner. Okay. All right. What do you got to offer me?
Well, I have one of two things. I do believe that you might know that Beyblades are our trade, but you know what's been encroaching on our intellectual property. And he will produce out of his hand a small green marble-like thing that he taps, and it pops open into a dragon. The Bakugan battle brawlers have absolutely been encroaching on our work. But I secured this, and I was thinking you might be able to use it.
Battle brawlers. Go ahead and make a roll to see if that's.
There is
if
another
take
6, a
your
4, a 1, and a 6.
Awesome. Okay. Battle brawlers. I remember. Battle brawlers.
They're trying to bring them back, you know.
Really? Me and my butler grandpa used to play with these every day right after I had my morning cereal. Okay, yeah, All right, I'll take it. Okay, here you go.
Thank you.
And he offers you your Beyblade of choice.
Yeah, no, I'm getting the like mechanized battery powered like Beyblade launcher.
You can tell it's been freshly sharpened.
Oh.
Beautiful. All right. Anyone else looking for some special goods in Butler City?
I have a
Yeah.
question, Jam. So I am an explosive expert, and right now I kind of have some of the explosives in my body. How many explosives in my body am I carrying, and do I need to buy more?
So I think in general, your machinoid body kind of has the separate pieces of the explosives within you. And you kind of like, it's almost like if you were an espresso machine, you had the beans in one compartment and the water in another. And when you need a bomb, you just kind of pop one out.
So you said explosives 3D printer?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Duh.
And
All
I would
right.
say if you're looking for stuff that would go with your explosives, you know that there are like special like add-ons or supplements or, like the frother on the espresso machine or like a special kind of bean that'll do certain, you could do those explosives that make a net and like trap somebody or anything you could think of. That stuff's out there. You just have your standard material right now. So if you want anything like that, you're gonna have to go looking for it.
I'm gonna go looking for it. I think fighting the Dishonored and saving the world from a glitter dirty bomb requires the most ordnance possible. So I'm gonna go look for upgrades and stuff.
Alrighty. Yeah, I think Jeeves knows exactly where to take you. And you see a butler there.
It's his
tinkering.
job to put the bomb together. It's my job to wire it.
Exactly. So you see a butler in this explosives department. You walk in and it's just like, it's almost like an alchemist lab, just liquids everywhere, different colors, bubbling, some acidic, acrid smells smell your nostrils, and it's very dim and dark. And you see someone in a chair who spins around and is wearing these like goggles, just large goggles, very thin, tiny man. And he's like, "Oh, well, hello. What are you doing here? I mean, how can I help you?"
My name is Roombot Mark 1. I am an explosives android bot. I require upgrades for my boom hole so I can boom bigger.
Oh, Mark 1. It's been a while since we had one of you in here.
Yes.
Yeah, wait, what are you looking for?
You have a firmware update.
Oh no, I don't do that.
Oh God, why?
Would you like to register your Roombot Mark 1?
I don't know if I'm allowed to register a Roombot for myself. I just work here.
They haven't called it a boom hole since 2019.
Yeah, I know they definitely struck that from the vocabulary in later models.
My protocols are very outdated, but my needs are still here. I need upgrades for my boom hole. If you could give me something to give either a larger explosion or cut through walls or anything exciting or fun, I can do the rest.
Awesome. So what do you have to offer this person for your upgrades?
That's a
Boom
very good
hole
question.
Is not an answer.
What is?
Boom hole is not an answer.
Damn it. That's one of three things. Okay, so I am going to. Oh, man. I'm looking at my stats, what I can give this person. I'm going to offer for these explosive upgrades my very powerful hydraulic limbs. I can lift and crush many things. And I will ask him, while I'm here, do you need anything lifted, crushed, thrown? I'm very strong.
Actually, and you look over and you see like a mortar and pestle, and he's been like crushing crystals by hand. You're like, actually, you could like blend all of these together for me. That'd be great. And you just see like kind of a pile of crystalline rocks that he's slowly, like the size of the pile of crystals compared to the size of the pile of powder is significantly unbalanced. It's been taking him a long time. He is not a strong butler. Yeah, you think, could you help me with this?
Yes, I can try. And if you need me to vacuum anything up, please let me know. I can also vacuum up.
Go ahead and make your roll and
All right.
whatever skills you think is appropriate.
I can use power because I think I'm just gonna like crush the crystals in my hand and maybe even like poof them together.
That absolutely would be power. Yeah.
Okay, so I see a 1, a 3, and a 5. So that's
All right.
a success.
So 5 is a success. Alrighty. So you crush through it just like that was what you were meant to be doing. And you see this little guy go, wow, you're strong. I bet I should get one of you. I could get a good deal. All right, okay, let's see what we got going on for you. And he just gets up and he starts going through drawers and vials and takes out a compartment and just opens you up in the back and replaces some compartments with other ones and pours some liquid in, and all the rest of you see like a poof of like green powder just out the back. And he's like, okay. And then it keeps on working in there. And closes you up, pats you on the back. It's like, all right, okay. So, all right, what I got you in there? All right, let's see what we got. Well, first of all, I got a net launcher. So, it's like a bomb, but when it explodes, it just kind of like webs, so people get stuck. It's good for catching people. And let's see what else we got you. A radius intensifier. So what normally you would have would just be like more bigger. Yeah, bigger than normal. That's pretty good for that. And the last thing I got for you, he holds up a green vial. This stuff. It's just push, your function button and hit number 3. And this is a knockout bomb. So this will just make people pass out, less damage. But they'll have a nasty headache the next day. Yeah. So you just definitely don't want to, just don't breathe it. You get some distance in there. Is that good?
This is remarkable. I love this, but I cannot love. But I'm excited for this, and this shall surely help us. Would you like to take a minute to register your Roombot Mark 1, please?
Oh, don't start with the Despacito.
My protocol is trying very hard to not do the Despacito. Da 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 da. I have failed my protocols. Oh no.
It's okay. It's not the first time you
You're
failed.
doing great for my protocols.
Very suspiciously, Sephiroth will place his white gloved hand onto the table and look at the powder from the crystals that were being smashed and glare at it. You're not making glitter, are you?
I don't know. Why would they? That's been banned for years. Well, it's not glitter. Look at it.
It's very similar.
I mean, glitter is plastic. It's horrible for the environment. These are natural mineral formations. You want me to tell you how they're formed? So basically the way it goes is, and he goes in this very long scientific explanation of how crystals are formed in the earth. And he just keeps going, keeps
I'm
describing,
on to you.
keeps describing.
I think we should, if everyone is finished with their shopping here, we should move on. Thank you so much. Again, what is your name? I don't believe I got it.
Oh, Melvin.
Melvin. Thank you so much, Butler Melvin, for your help. I hope that whatever it is that you are constructing with these crystals is easier than the actual act of crushing them.
Thank you so much. And he does very eagerly does the little butler tie handshake. All right. Anyone else looking for some special goods?
Yes. I was hoping, and Tony looks over at Jeeves. Could you point me in the direction of somebody who could get me a spring-loaded telescoping bat and some ball bearings? Would we know what those are?
Are you trying
I'll
to
keep-
break someone's Nico kneecaps?
No, might come in handy, but Jeeves, would you happen to know?
Yes, I believe we have a sporting goods and weapons department that we can probably help you find.
You know exactly where that is. So you head over there, and it's a sporting goods section, but there's also a special department for like brawler specialties. So you go there and you see all sorts of devices. You see a big, beautiful, buff woman butler, and it's just like, what can I do for you?
Salutations. I was hoping that you have a couple of items I'm looking for here. One of them pretty simple, just a simple bag of ball bearings, and the other one not so simple, a spring-loaded telescope and bat. I'm not sure if you have one of the. I'm used to use. Well, to be fair, I used to be a baseball player myself, but couldn't really hack it. But I'm used to using the regular wooden bats. But I wondered, well, since we're here, maybe one of those fancy, spring-loaded bats might be pretty cool.
I think I could rig something up for you, and I'm sure you were a great baseball player. You got the calves for it.
Yeah, you're too kind. I mean, unfortunately, the majors thought differently. But hey, listen, it's neither here nor there. And I'm in a new profession and pretty happy about it, especially who I'm working for on both sides, of course. But if you could do that, that would be tremendous.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you got to offer her?
And at first Tony is really excited, and then he's like, "Ooh, wait a minute, and then he just a thing, and he reaches into the breast pocket of his jacket, and he pulls out a small little 4x6 photo of Mr. Coster autographed. I hate to tell you this is really the only thing I got, but look, it's an autographed photo of my boss. She's been pretty big in the photography world, and I do want to actually make sure she's promoted and more well known around all these parts. I was maybe this will do for you.
Wonderful. Are you invoking the honor of your loyalty to your businesswoman?
I am, yes.
To get an extra dice.
Yes, I am.
And that is Tony's special skill. Anytime he invokes his wonderful businesswoman, not wife, not married,
boss. But boss, the boss, yes. All right.
Add an extra dice. So yeah, go ahead.
Would this be a charm roll?
You can argue for whatever you think it should be.
Well, it would only be charm or wits, but they're both 1 die for me, so we're adding 1 die for 2.
Yeah, well, I would say you can argue that your house husband nature.
Mm-hmm.
So anytime you are specifically utilizing your archetype in a certain way, you can add a dice as well.
Okay. Well, I rolled my highest number was a 5, so I got a 5.
Beautiful. All right. This butler takes a look at the picture. It's a bit small in her large hands. She looks at it, she's like, wow, she's a looker.
Oh, yeah. I mean, she's been pretty popular, and she's definitely made a success for herself. I mean, it's the only real photo I got of her, but I mean, if it means I'll be able to continue working for her, I get the tools I need. I got to do what I got to do, and especially the team here, I got to help them as well. So I'm willing to part with that. And you're doing me a huge favor too. So I guess thank you if this appeased the court.
Yeah, I do collect things like this, and I'll throw you a bone. I'll do anything for love.
Love the real great thing. Again, we're not like, it's not like we're married or anything, or I'm a crushing on Mr. Costa or anything like that. I just I'm gonna shut my mouth now. Oh God. Okay. The bat and the bearings, please. Oh boy. Just
it's fine, Tony. Love can fluster anyone.
I appreciate it. Seth, thank you, Seth. It's not love though. She's just my businesswoman. I work under her, and I want to promote her to make sure that she's got all the reach. So, but yes, it's I'm gonna
trust me. We've all been there working under our superiors. It's fine.
I mean, working under that's a dirty thought. Get out of my head. No. She's the boss, and we're not married.
Yeah, and people make you call him the boss too. It's fine.
Okay, and the name of the GM, the name of the butler that is working with me right now for the gear. What's their name?
Yes, so you see her name tag says Alyssa.
Okay, I'm gonna wait for Alyssa real quick while she gets the gear
I mean,
now.
I'd want to work for Alyssa too. She's utterly jacked.
I mean, yeah.
So you see Jack Alyssa go back behind the counter. There's a full workshop behind there. And she's got like almost like a blacksmith level hammer, just like clank, clank, clank as she puts together this specialized bat for you. She rustles around in the cabinets, gathers a bag of ball bearings, and presents them. It's like, yeah, here you go. It should work. And she'll, wow, let me see this. And she takes the bat and she whacks it in her hand, and you just see like the spring-loaded nature just like above and beyond what you've had access to before. And she's like, you know how to use this, right?
I think I remember how remember my old ways, and takes the bag of ball bearings, puts it down real quickly, takes the bat, activates the spring, springs out the bat, and just a couple of just in the hips right there, and I think this is gonna do.
You're telling me you did this for sports? Why are you aiming so low?
Sometimes the target is below the waist, if you know what I mean, my friend.
Ow.
Don't worry. Trust me. I may not have made the majors, but I think I can still swing. And again,
Well, it seems like you're swinging for Little League if they're that short.
Don't worry, Hugh. Isn't there a Beyblade over there for you?
Yes, actually, he immediately goes to like pawing at effectively using it as a fidget spinner.
Yeah, I don't know about Little League, but it looks like you're aiming for some Little Leaguers.
I'm just gonna, quote unquote, just hitting the ball, just the target. Gonna hit a home run. That's fine. Again, and he looks to Alyssa. Again, thank you, and I hope you cherish the photo as much as I have, and I hope it, the good word of Mr. Costa. Thank you.
I will, and maybe bring that special lady by sometime. Wonderful. Well, wonderful, awesome. So anyone else? Wes, I think you're the last one. You want some special goods?
Yes, Gladys would like to find some very strong, stretchy fabric and some industrial strength adhesive, as well as some very specialized scissors to cut the fabric.
Awesome. And before we do that, I just want to say thank you, Tessa, for your donation. I think we're up to 170 towards our goal of $500 for Meals on Wheels. And we will get to that reward in a little bit. All right. So you're looking for like the Joannes, basically, right?
Yeah, but like the special one, like the battle Joannes, like
yes.
The one, yeah, like, I need 100 feet of this fabric so you can potentially swing on it or, tie somebody up or, fix any costume mishaps that might happen.
Yes. And Jeeves knows exactly where that is. And indeed, as you turn the corner, you look up and the sign says Battle Joannes. And you walk in and there's yardage and yardage of fabric of all kinds. You see a display of fabric scissors that are sharpened to like the sun, like not the sun, but the overhead lights glint off of them. You see pin cushions with combat pins just stuck in it, all of your quilting needs, combat quilting needs. So yeah, you see an elderly maid, an elderly butler, non-binary elderly butler, and they're standing there and they are quite short and stout, and they say, "Oh, Gladys.
Oh, hello there.
What are you doing here?"
It's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's
What?
been a while.
I need some supplies.
What's in it for me?
Do I know if this person's an anime fan?
You can go for whatever you think this elderly butler would be into.
All right.
Because you know this person.
Yeah. So, look, I know we've had our differences over the years, but I remember you being quite a big fan of my former group. And so I have this for you. And Gladys reaches into a little pouch and pulls out an autographed headshot of when she was a magical girl at 19.
Ah, Gladys.
And I have this very special piece of memorabilia.
Wait. She pushes the picture aside. I mean, they push the picture aside and they reach for your memorabilia and take out their reading glasses and look at it really close up. Is this the special edition?
Yes, it is.
The one that was only released in cereal boxes?
You know it. One and the same.
Go ahead and make your roll.
Okay.
And add dice for magical girl.
Ooh, I got a 6 and a 4.
Amazing. Okay. They look at it and they're like, All right. On one condition,
What's that?
do the thing for me just once.
Can I get the fabric first?
Yeah, pick out what you want.
All right. So Gladys goes over and grabs some of the like very thin industrial strength stretchy fabric and the glue and these scissors. All right, I'm gonna need the assistance of somebody. Steffi, come over here.
I'm far too busy preparing to
Steffi,
draw
get
this.
over here.
I was going to make this moment last forever.
Well, now this one's gonna last forever.
Oh, very well.
All right, here we go. Magical moon girl powers activate.
What did you need from me? Did you want me to go to the car and get the costume?
You see the light like appear out of nowhere and like all of her other clothes fly off of her. And then like
Why? Not
the
again.
hands come on and boots, and you see the boots are starting to struggle just a little bit. Like the animation is like jittering a little bit as it's trying to go on her feet, and then the costume comes on.
Oh, it's so tight. Oh no. They don't resize these things. They're only get the scissors to come over here. Steffi, cut it, just cut it a little bit in the back.
Just
Please,
it's got it has a zipper. It has
the zipper's stuck. It sticks every time. Just cut it.
Just get
Please
some of
cut
the
it. Use your damn claws or something. Thank goodness I could breathe. All right, now take the stretchy fabric and the glue and just like tie it up back there. I don't want it falling off in the middle of the mission.
I don't think any of us do.
Yeah, you don't want to see that, trust me.
He will do so.
All while this is going on, Roombot's in the back doing a terrible flat rendition of your theme song, just fighting evil by moonlight, winning love by daylight. She is the moon prism princess power. And just on repeat, never ending, like a cacophonous nightmare.
Go back to Despacito.
The elderly
Despacito. Da 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 Despacito.
I almost hate that less.
the elderly butler fully takes in your magical girl transformation, does a little clap at the end, and then is fully entranced by Roombat's rendition of Despacito and says, "Hi, I'm Janet. Nice to meet you."
No, he's mine.
What? All right. Get out of here. You got your stuff.
And Gladys is going to take a little bow, and you just hear some ripping fabric as she bends over.
Hey, Steffi, you're gonna need a little bit more of that.
Clearly.
Thank you. Have a good day.
No, I'm not done gluing. Stop moving.
Oh, I'm stop. Well, hurry it up. It doesn't normally take this long.
It's glue. It has to get tacky.
It's industrial strength. It's fine.
It gets tacky first, and then it's industrial strength. Do you know how glue works?
I mean, it typically works fast.
Oh, dread.
So how is it that you know Janet, Gladys?
Oh, well, they were a big fan back in the day, and
Just a fan?
Maybe more, a little, slightly more than that. I don't kiss and tell when it comes to. Let's just go, okay?
I knew magical girls had the groupies.
Yes, we do.
Well, as we move on, I want to say thank you, Laura Tutu, for your donation. And with that donation, you can grant an auto success, or I believe an auto fail. If you no, that's a 50. Yeah. Okay. So auto success. Yeah, you can grant an auto success to anybody. So if you'd like to give that to somebody or withhold it until the time is right, that is up to you. Thank you so much for donating to Meals on Wheels. Wonderful. So everyone has their shopping done. And Magnus meets up with you, and you guys are quite close now to where you are headed. And he leads you in through the tea shop, which Jeeves, you know well. There's shelves and shelves of jars with the finest dried tea leaves of all sorts from all across the world. Some butlers are specialty tea masters, and Jeeves, you are well-rounded. You know all about this. And as you go through the
One
tea
might
room,
say tea is a particular passion of mine.
yes. And I think all of the tea butlers give you a special nod and a little tie jiggle as you pass by, as they know you well. And Magnus leads you to a back room. And there is a tea butler standing by the door, and he looks to the tea butler and says, yes, just no visitors, please. All right. And the door is opened and you all head in. And this room is elegantly decorated, the finest butlery that you can imagine. And there's a fresh pot of tea out for each of you. And as you take your seats, you realize each of your cups of tea is exactly to your liking. How did they even know? And if you don't like tea, there's coffee there.
It's just a cup of milk.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
It's probably got the slightest hint of like chamomile scent to it, but yes.
Hot oil.
Of course. What else would it be? It's probably like a high octane lubricant.
Yes. I know that some of you may not be as familiar with the butler way, but it is our job to know.
My maid mobile is equipped with something equivalent.
Oh, yes. Warm vodka with a mint leaf. Thank you.
Oh dear, hairball. All right.
A little bit.
Under your chair, and you reach under your chair, and there is a paper bag with a paw print on it,
It's fine.
which
It's
you
fine.
can discreetly cough your hairball into.
It's fine. It's fine.
We need to gain access to a mansion that is currently housing the Dishonored. They have plans that would wreak havoc on our world if they were to succeed. And with your help, we can successfully infiltrate the mansion and take out the threat with a minimal amount of damage done.
This is what the Maid Council has tasked you with, then.
It is.
It's a dangerous job. Are you and your compatriots up to such a task?
I cannot speak for them, but for myself, I am more than capable.
He looks at each and every one of you, like eyeing you up and down, and says, you know, it would be quite the disaster if you were to fail. I think such a commotion as that might contribute to the destabilization of our society. He walks over to Tony and pokes Tony in the ribs. You look like fresh meat. How long have you been maiding?
I guess I just started maybe about 6 months ago. And look, I greatly enjoy the mating. It's worth it. It's worth it. And something, and you see the like Tony's gumption start to rise up. Yeah, you're right. You're right. We're not gonna fail. We can't fail at this, and we're not gonna fail. And you want to know why? Because we got people to get back to, people we gotta serve, and we can't serve them if we fail. So no, we're not gonna fail. And Tony looks over at his team, and I got a good group around me, and I'm pretty sure that we're gonna be able to do this. So we're not gonna fail. I'm ready to do this. And you see him almost to the point of like overconfidence. Speak.
Young whippersnapper. Well, you say you have people to protect. Who is it that is important enough for you to take on something like this?
Oh, well, fancy you asked that. Her name is I call her Mr. Costa. She's a wonderful model. Really a sweet gem of a lady. And she's out currently. She's doing photo shoots and she's talking. She's got a line of have you heard of cosplay? She's trying to really make it a little more accessible for the world. For those who are fans of the fandoms, if you've ever heard of those. So. While she's doing all that, someone's got to take care of the household and everything. And he goes to reach for the picture that he had before and realizes, oh yeah, totally got rid of the photo because I needed the gear. But I would show you the photo, but listen, you got to take my word for it. She's worth it. And if I could save one person, then it's worth it to me.
How about you go ahead and make a roll to convince Magnus that you're up to this, and I will say add a dice for your businesswoman and add a dice for Jeeves because Jeeves did vouch for you.
There is a 6 in there.
All right. Magnus just stares deeply into your soul. For a moment, it is uncomfortable. You feel like Magnus is seeing things about you that you don't even know about you.
Mr. Yeah, I mean that's all I can really say about it, Mr. Your most servitudousness. I gotta serve, and I'm ready to do it. Ready to do it.
Are you taking my compatriot to be a sussy baka?
I will have to get the linguist on that. I don't know what you mean. But I'm convinced.
I do believe that he is trying to ascertain whether or not you and I are interested in converting Tony from maidhood to proper butling. I too have seen his potential for this upgrade.
I believe that we have other work to be doing as opposed to converting factions.
Well, we keep tabs on Maids of Promise, and we'll see to that. But for now, you convinced me that you're up to this task. You seem to have quite a level of honor within you. And actually, Tony, take one extra honor. Take one level of honor.
Okay.
He looks content. It's still unsettling because the amount of content that he looks is just barely registerable. Like he's not excited, but content. And he looks to the rest of you and says, well, I'm convinced that I'm not the only one who makes the decisions on where the maps go. So, are you willing to prove yourself in combat?
Of course.
All right. Well, follow me. And he exits out a back door and takes you down a series of staircases. Farther and farther and farther into the bowels of Butler City, which, Jeeves, even you wondering, not used to this particular area. This is new to you. He leads you down a hallway that, if it was anywhere else, it would be like a damp, dark hallway, but this is Butler City. So it is pristine with red plush carpet, golden sconces lighting the way, well, very well maintained. And at the end of the hallway, there is a large iron door. He opens the door and bids you in. As you enter, you see before you a massive arena. Butlers surround a battle cage, and you see a Roombot Mark 25 fighting a butler who has a large spear. They tuck and roll and spring up, but the Roombot Mark 25 shoots a blast of air out of their metallic hand, and this butler's knocked back and knocked out. And a cheer goes up from the butlers. You see the butler announcer walk into the center of the arena, lift the Roombot's hand and say, "Reigning champion!" Another cheer goes up, and they walk off a stage. Magnus turns to you. It's like, if you can handle Mark 25, I'm sure my compatriot, my partner, will grant you what you seek.
Is that as a group or an individual?
Oh, yes. No, as a group.
Oh, good, because our Roombot, I've been doing some research lately, and let me tell you, he walks behind Roombot, pulls out his trusty poetry pen, and on the V1 adds the 25 past the 1 underscore custom 1337. I don't know if you've seen, and he'll turn Roombot. They have no chance.
Well, we'll see about that. All right, let me inform my partner of the plans, and you can prepare in this room. And he walks you around the crowd to the back, and up against the ring, there is what you can tell like an enclosed green room of sorts, and leads you in. And there's one-way windows, so you can see out, but no one can see in. And there's a butler inside the room, standing next to the door that enters the ring. From your room, you see Magnus walk around to an elevated platform where you see him whisper in the ear of Jeeves, what you know as his partner, who is the head of Butler City. And he whispers something in his ear, and his partner just moves his tie and does a nod. And you hear a little communication sound into the ear of the butler guarding the door, and this butler looks to you and says, "All right, seems like you have a couple minutes before you go in, and you're fighting." Looks at his clipboard, which has like a digital screen that is updating constantly. Oh, Roombot Mark 25. Oh, okay. Good luck.
Oh, it's fine. We have Mark 125 custom 1337.
Oh, sure. Okay. Alrighty then. Feel free to use the next couple minutes to strategize, and I'll let you know when you go in. And you see a counter counting down 2 minutes. That'll be real time.
Sephiroth will immediately turn to Roombot. I lied about everything. I need you to be better than you are.
I think I can help with that. And Jeeves is going to go over to Roombot, and they're going to crack their knuckles, and they're going to pull from their pocket what appears to be like a little like cigarette box almost, but they squeeze both sides, and like the item expands into like a toolbox that they flip open, and it's just full of like tools and stuff like that they like immediately start using to like start making adjustments on the Roombot. But they're also I can tell you what a specific adjustment they're making. But that's what they start doing. They start using these 2 minutes of prep we have to start making some upgrades to the room bot.
All right, noted. The rest of you may continue with your preparations for the next minute.
I'm going to start to manufacture a load of high explosive, high fragmentation sticky grenades to be placed through my hand. So if I can touch them, I can place it. Hopefully I can get a big bada boom.
Noted. Anyone else?
As is custom, I will go ahead and effectively grab what I can only describe to you as a modified angle grinder, and attach the Beyblade to it. In fact, I will go ahead and pull the extendable cord and plug it into Roombot. Just for some extra power, you know, those RPMs, got to get them up.
Beautiful. You see a timer counting down now, 30 seconds.
Oh.
So I am trying to equip the room bot with essentially a signal jammer that he can activate at any point to interfere with other room bots, essentially.
All right, I'll have you make rolls for that if the time comes.
Okay.
Tony's making sure that he understands how fast the spring-loaded bat can actually spring-load, like how fast and how strong the spring load, how fast and how fiercely the bat actually telescopes open, and as well as keeping the ball bearings bag like on his belt, but he's keeping it like in front so that if he needs to reach for it immediately, it's not like he has to like go through his pockets. And beyond that, he's just like stretching.
All right, anything for Gladys?
Gladys is practicing her like magical moves. So like the little dances to cast her what would I guess technically be spells. So yeah, that's what Gladys is doing. Just like, all right, and moon power, go.
Beautiful.
Wait, wasn't that a catchier catchphrase in the past?
Yeah, but I shortened it for time. It's really annoying to have to go through a whole thing in a battle, and you know you get your ass kicked a few times trying to go through the whole thing. So I just it shortened it for time. Those episodes, man, it's hard to fit everything in 30 minutes. You don't want to end up like Naruto.
That's
You
fair.
see the clock counting down. 5, 4, and the butler looks at you. He's like, all right, good luck. 3, 2, meh, and he opens the door and bids you in. So you
all right.
enter the ring, and it's a large ring with lots of room to move for all of you. There is, you can see the crowd, the stands are filled. You can tell this is a regular pastime. The door opens on the other side, and Roombot Mark 25 enters the ring. He is 3 times larger than Roombot Mark 1. And as the buzzer goes off, Mark 25 lifts his metallic robot arms, clink, clank, and 2 spinning blades come out, and he heads straight for you. All right, so I am going to go around in a circle, and you can each tell me what you're attempting to do to Roombot, but he is going to make the first attack. He is rolling for power. All right, so, okay, which of you is he going to go for? This is the question. All right. Roombot Mark 25 immediately spots Roombot Mark 1. And the blades are a spinning, and he's coming for you. And that was a 6. So go ahead and tell me how you're going to defend. Tell me what you're going to roll for that. And let's see if you can get a 6 to meet, which means you will successfully dodge, or below.
Okay, all right. I think what I'm going to do as the blades are coming in, I want to, I'm trying to think how a vacuum explosive bot would do this. All right. I'm going to like jump down on my stomach and use my vacuum suction to move me to him faster than he can strike in my head and get on the inside.
All right, go ahead and tell me what you're going to roll for that.
I'm going to use power with my raw suction power of my powerful vacuum.
All right, go for it. Also, if you use any of your special items, you can add a dice for one of those.
Okay.
But you also might not want to use up things that you're saving for a heist.
Yes, hopefully I can save for the heist. I think I'm doing pretty good so far. I have 2 4s and a 6. So I think I meet it.
All right, you do meet it. All right, so Mark 25 comes in with the blade and describe how you get out of that situation.
So as the blade comes down, I just proceed to bend at the waist and drop full on the ground, and you can hear this loud, like hovering sound or hoovering sound. It's just rush right in close to him, and then I adjust vertically straight up inside his line, and I'm just readying this massive punch until it's my turn.
All right. So next, let's see. Jeeves, go ahead and tell me what you'd like to do.
Right. With the room bot currently armed with a at-will signal jammer, I think that Jeeves's first move is to attempt to position themselves as close to the Mach 25 as possible without being seen. So they're trying to move into an optimal position to potentially like basically latch on to Mach 25's back like a koala, so that they can open him up and start tearing him apart.
All right. What skills would you like to use for this? And remember, you can convince me for certain things.
Sure.
And also, I think we had a donation from Pixie. Thank you for your donation. And you can grant anybody an extra dice. And I do believe that we have somebody out there who can also grant a success. And did we just have an anonymous donation? Let's see. Oh yeah, we are at 210 right now out of 500. Thank you all for your donations. All right.
I would like to use my wit for this, because this is a tactical move. It's going to require some brains to figure out the exact place, but also to be able to determine where on the Mach 25 I would actually be able to access any of its electronics. So this is kind of like them scoping out the Mach 25 to get an idea of like the Mark 25 to get an idea of its vulnerabilities.
All right, awesome. So go ahead and roll those dice. And this is going to be contested. So the Mark 25 is going to roll for their, you said you're rolling for wit, right?
Yes.
The Mark 25 is going to roll for their wit. And this is a battle model. They didn't focus too much on the intelligence, more on the power. So they're going to roll 2 dice.
Sounds good. Oh.
All right, I got 2 5s.
My highest roll was a 2,
All
but
right.
I would like to sacrifice a level of honor to get to a mixed success.
All right, okay. Describe to me and how this works. This is the first time we've done this. If you want to push your success up, you sacrifice a level of honor, which is the basis of all maids and butlers functioning in society. And what that means is you're going to describe to me what Jeeves would do that for themselves personally feels a bit against what they consider to be honor.
A butler's job is first and foremost to be accommodating of the comfort of others, to make sure that they are they never put themselves first, but they notice that there is someone in their way. In this case, perhaps Gladys or Tony is obstructing their view, and they kind of come up next to that person and kind of shoulder check them out of the way to get a better look at the Mark 25.
All right, I'm gonna say you do this to Tony. Yeah. And go ahead and mark off one less honor. And if you get down to 0, we'll see what happens. And so with that, I'm going to say that you successfully are hidden, but it is a tenuous hide. So if you do not, have a successful bout in the next 2 rounds, they will probably notice you. Yeah. All right, let's go to Tony.
Out of curiosity, the Roombot Mark 25, is it humanoid too? Is it moving like via walking bipedal, or is it like is it on like wheels or anything like that?
So it is bipedal, for what you can see. It
Okay.
looks like a larger, more articulated version of our Roombot. The muscles are more defined. You could just see all like the rippling. Yeah, it's just a little bit shinier.
Okay. First of all, Tony's gonna look at Gladys. Hey, we got one of our own, and I don't know if we can stand the googly eyes right now. But anyway, Tony is going to take the bat, bring it out. He's actually gonna take one of the ball bearings, and just to test the armor on the Mark 25, he's gonna toss the ball bearing up and hit it a la a baseball directly at the Mark 25 to see exactly how strong and durable this thing is.
All right, go for it.
This should be power, correct?
Yes, and go ahead and add a dice for your battle type, because this is your battle type.
Oh no, the highest roll was a 3.
Okay, and you're rolling for power against Mark 25. So let's see. Mark 25 is rolling 4 dice for power because they are the upgraded version of Roombot. Ooh, they got a 5.
Oh, no dice.
Alrighty. So I think that what happens is you are going to hit your mark, but the reflexes of this bot are too fast. The spinning blade blocks and it ricochets off, and Roombot is going to come, or Mark 25 is going to come in for a swipe against you. So I'm rolling power, and you roll your power dice. And if you can convince me how you're defending, you can add dice for any reason.
Okay, if I'm defending, I would use my original history as a baseball player to try and slide underneath the strike as if I'm sliding to base.
Awesome. Okay, add that dice.
There's a 6 in there.
Awesome. Yep, you succeed because Roombot's highest was a 5. All right, so you successfully defend. And I think with that slide, Roombot is just a little bit off balance. And I'm going to say you grant an extra dice to the next attack on the Mark 25.
Nice.
All right, XX Sephiroth XX.
Looking down at the angle grinder that is now attached to Roombot. Grip it and rip it. A storm of spinning blades come like petals on wind. As he revs up this angle grinder, getting to like 6,000 RPMs, looks down to Fang Leon 130 W2D, his most prized defensive Beyblade, and seeing the glint of light coming off of the rotation of the enemy, seeks to counterspin against their own saw, because clearly it is only made to rotate one way. So Sephiroth will launch with great gusto their defensive Beyblade at a counterspin at their spinning blade, hoping to reverse it.
Amazing. So I'm assuming you're rolling for wiles then, huh?
I will be, and
With
it is my battle type.
Yes, perfect. Okay, so that means that Roombot or Mark 25 is going to roll against Wile, and that's good for you because they are only rolling 1 dice.
Got a 5.
You got a 5. Ooh, Roombot got a 5.
Oh.
All right, do you want to push it?
No.
All right, well, it'll be a stalemate in this action unless you choose to use your honor. All right, so you go for this, and Roombot dodges, and your Beyblade, Mark 25 dodges, and your Beyblade returns to you. All right, but you do miss. All right, Gladys.
So Gladys would like to use her special magical girl powers to shoot a laser beam out of her wand at the robot.
Done. All right. Tell me what you're rolling for.
I mean, I guess Wiles doesn't really work for
Wiles includes your magic. is
Oh, it
kind
includes
of-
my magic. Okay, so
yeah.
yeah, rolling Wiles for my magic. So
All right,
And
now I've
extra
got
dice
something
for
coming
payment.
for you.
highest was a 4.
All right, Rimbots or Mark 25 is rolling 1 dice for that. Oh, it's a 4. Okay, would you like to push yourself to be
I will
successful?
push myself to be successful.
All
yes.
right, what would Gladys do that is dishonorable to Gladys in this moment to succeed?
So the magical moon girl is gonna moon the robot.
Ah! Is that really dishonorable to Gladys specifically?
I mean,
It's
in
against
this
the brand,
setting,
right?
There's a lot of people here.
I guess that's
you
right.
know, it's
And her ass isn't what it used to be.
exactly like maybe if this was 20-year-old Gladys, it'd be different. But
This is not the most honorable I've been. Don't judge me.
All right, I will say that you shoot your laser beam. Mark 25 dodges, but as he dodges, you turn around and moon, and you hear a gasp arise from the crowd. You hear, "My stars, the propriety!" And Roombot gets sight of this, is confused as your laser beam reflects off of a surface. Roombot doesn't see it, and or Mark 25 does not see it, and bam, right in the eyeball, and you take out an eye.
can I add a little bit of flavor, Gladys flavor onto it?
Yes. Yeah.
So Gladys shoots the beam out. Magical moonbeam, go! And it misses. Oh no, I dropped my wand! And then bends over to pick it up. Oopsies! And then it hits. It's like,
Got him. Works every time.
The crowd is concerned. Please do mark off one of your honors to go down. All right. All right. Okay. And we are back up to Roombot. Or not, Mark 25, actually. Mark 25's move. Okay. That was terrifying. So Mark 25 is going for Gladys now. They're off balance, but they are going to head to you with a spinning blade. So
Oh no, there's a big strong man coming towards me.
all right. The highest was 4. So roll your power dice. And if you want to argue anything to add dice to it, let me know. And you've got to beat a 4.
I was lucky I rolled a 5. I don't
All
have
right.
any power, so just the 1.
Beautiful. Okay. So tell me how you dodge this.
So being attacked while mooning is a kind of an awkward position, and Gladys isn't the most graceful anymore. So as she's coming back up, she hears a rip. Oh no! And then trips and falls over as he runs by.
Amazing. Beautiful. All right. So, okay. So Mark 25 has taken a laser beam to the head. I think, is that the only successful attack they've taken so far? Did I miss one? Yeah. So they have an eyeball out, but they're still doing all right. You guys are gonna have to step it up. All right. Roombot, our Roombot. What are you doing?
All right, it's time to get serious. I want to now that I'm on the inside, I want to like make this giant punch to its face. My hope is that if I can make contact, I can stick a very powerful grenade right to its face and blow its head off. That's my hope.
All right. Go ahead and roll for I think power and add a dice for explosive.
For what?
For roll for power, add a dice for explosives. So I think for you that's 4. Do note that we know that Roombot or Mark 25 is using 4 dice. So if there's anything you can do to add a dice, although I do think you have one granted to you, don't you?
I think it's pronounced Pixie in the chat. Pyctsi. Thank you so much for the D6. I'm gonna add it so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 total D6s.
All right. Odds are you're in favor.
Here we go. And I'm gonna push it
Okay.
to dishonor myself.
Oh no.
All right, didn't help much. So the highest I got is 2 5s.
2 5s. All right. Mark 25 did get a 6.
No. Okay.
Okay. So you try to land this blow, and Mark 25 grabs your fist. The explosion goes off inside of his fist, and he contains it. You just see smoke emanating from its metallic fingers, and he pushes you back, and you are prone on the ground.
As he's like holding my fist and the explosion goes off, I look at him and my like detonate finger starts to glow, and I say, "Would you like to register your Roombot Mark 1?"
And he tosses you.
I land prone, and my limbs are just moving like a turtle.
All right, Jeeves.
I think this is G's moment to attack. So was I able from my position to assess where his possible access points are for his electronics?
I will say that you know where to go, and you will be making a roll for what you are attempting to do inside that access point.
Yes, I am going to attempt to mess with his motor functions, make it a little bit more difficult for him to move around and get places.
All right. Yeah. So go ahead and tell me what you're rolling. Roll that.
I think for this it would require my wits. And since I'm specifically working with electronics, I believe I can add a die because I'm using my battle archetype for this.
You sure can. And Mark 25 will be rolling 1 dice to contest that because that is wits.
My highest roll is a 5.
All right. So that is also a 5 from Mark 25.
Oh.
What you thinking? There are ways to get your honor back later. Or
yeah, I think I need to push it. I think that here in Butler City, Jeeves is so intent on proving their moxie and their worth to the other butlers. Like, it's very important to them, like here on their own turf, that they are, showing the very best of what they're possibly capable of, and they're not being very polite to the people around them in the process. I think that as they leap up onto the Roombot, they like launch themselves off of another teammate's back without asking them if it's okay first, and like kind of just run and like jump and like swing themselves around onto the Roombot. I'm going to say in this case, they probably do it to Roombot, who I believe is like the closest right now. So,
all right. So we're going to make that a success. So you do that. You hear like maybe about a quarter of the crowd go, oh, like they're just a little distasteful with that move. It's not full opinion yet. They're just kind of, questionable move, but you get in there and you are able to mess with the community, mess with the system. I'm going to say for every roll from here on out, Mark 25 has 1 less dice.
Okay.
That means for anything against the skills in which they have 1 dice, it'll be an automatic success. So thank you. All right, Tony.
Tony is seeing, well, Tony tried the swing, tried to bat, and it hit the ball bearing away. So Tony is going to hit Mark 25 with the bat. He's going to take a run at him.
All
with the
right,
bat.
go ahead and tell me what you're rolling. You do add a dice for your battle type.
It's going to be power.
All right. Mark 25 is rolling one less dice.
Cool. Tis 5.
All right. Mark 25 was a 4, so that succeeds. Tell me how you land this hit
Okay.
on Mark 25.
How big is Mark 25, by the way?
3 times larger than our room bot.
3 times larger. Okay, so making sure not to hit any teammate that is currently on Mark 25. As Tony swings, and it looks like he's only swinging like the stub of the bat first, but as he's swinging, he starts to telescope to try to add a little extra power to it, and he's swinging right at the midsection of the room of Mark 25 room bot just to see. All right, I'm just gonna start wailing on this thing now. So one giant big league swing that he takes there.
All right. So you squarely land this hit and just a large dent appears and some sparks fly. You feel like you might have damaged some circuitry on the inside. One of their spinning blades stops spinning and the arm goes limp. And Mark 25 is just kind of like,
It's Princess waving.
Yeah, they went to Princess Protocol, which is not efficient at all.
Oh, I love it.
All right, Sephiroth, what you doing?
Seeing as the direct approach didn't work last time, once more, assuming at this point Roombot has gone too far, he'll pull the plug from Roombot, knowing that the RPMs might be lower, but that ball bearing is on the floor. And if I can hit it just right, and math begins to float in front of Sephiroth's face, the algorithms as the angles are lined up like a phenomenal pool table, and suddenly proceeds to look at Roombot version 25 and go, "Oh meow," rips it and lets it fly.
All right, what are you rolling, Wiles?
Oh yeah.
All right, Roombot is only
There
rolling one
is a
dice for
6
that.
there.
It beats it.
Moshinderu.
All right, tell me how this gets. Mark 25.
Well, man. So as we already all went over and all already know and have committed to memory, Fang Leon 130 WT2D, the Beyblade, the defensive Beyblade itself is not necessarily made for this, but its hardy weight, as it is a defensive type, is able to carry itself across the field to hit the ball bearing, sending the ball bearing flying towards Mach 25 at high velocities, hopefully enough, according to our game master, to pierce its shiny robotic shell.
Yes, and you succeed. I think what happens is you get just the right angle. It takes out the other eye of Mark 25. Mark 25 is now blind and is spinning uncontrollably with only one blade aloft, just wildly trying to meet its mark. So Gladys, what are you doing?
Gladys is going to use her wiles to manipulate the situation, or at least try. And so she's just going to yell out, "Roombot Mark 25, stop what you're doing and play Despacito."
All right, go ahead. Are you using any magical girl like skill to do this to add
Yes,
dice?
it does a little flare with the wand, and it's like very mesmerizing. So that it makes a nice like twinkle sound. So he has to focus all of his microphone receptors on Gladys when she
All
says
right,
this.
go ahead. And this is Wiles.
I already rolled a 6.
All right, you're rolling against one dice. It was a fail. It was a 1.
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, fail on his part. Thank God.
So
All righty.
magical moon sparkle magic. Roombot 25, play Despacito and stop attacking us.
You see for a moment, Roombot slow the spin and just starts to twitch And then it starts dancing in a very dramatic fashion. Is that the samba? Mark 25 knows how to samba. And from its speaker within, you hear Despacito. It might be a little bit off, but this
Yeah, I do
robot is
love this.
confused.
I do love this song. The glass is just dancing along. And like you just see the glue starting to come undone because it hadn't fully dried, and the dress is her magical girl dress just like kind of slipping a little bit. Like, yes,
Amazing.
I love this song. Is it a little chilly in here to anybody else?
So with that, that was an epic fail on Mark 25's side. And I think that as they're attempting to do a samba, the sparks of the damaged wiring start letting off sparks. It almost looks like small fireworks as they samba into the night. They're unbalanced because of what Jeeves has done to them. Jeeves, I think you hop off to safety as this Mark 25 tries to do a dramatic floor spin, yet as it spins, goes down, slips on a ball bearing, and falls upon its final spinning blade. And it lies there in sparks, and you have beaten Mark 25. The crowd goes wild. Everyone is clapping. You see the announcer butler come up and raise one of your arms, probably the other room bot, PJ's room bot. And it's like, and what was your name?
My name is Roombot Mark 1.
And who is this crew? What is your crew's name?
We are the Despacito Battle Maids. Go! Dream, Adventure, Phantasm, Group, Love, Super Shine, Dream, Rainbow, Tomorrow, yes.
The announcer butler repeats that name word for word and bids you all to take a victorious stance. The crowd goes wild and the lights dim as you are led into the winner's box. In the winner's box, you see Magnus and his partner. And Magnus says, see, I knew you could do it. And his partner's sitting there saying, yes, you've done quite well. I'm surprised. Well, anything to say for yourselves?
Yes, I don't know why you're surprised. We are clearly an elite battle force.
Ooh, woo.
Would you like to register your Roombot Mark 1, colon, 25, colon, underscore, 1337?
Yes, I think I will.
You would like to register your Roombot Mark 1?
I think I will. And the head butler, whose name is Odahan. No, Odahan. Butler Odahan walks up to you. And, so how do I do this?
Oh, 1 second. My eyes roll back in my head, my jaw drops, and I just kind of go slack. And like this hologram projection shoots out with this long list of terms and agreements, like you're using an Apple product. And there's 2 little checks at the bottom, like yes, I agree, or no, let me read it again. And there's a little signature there you can do.
So Odahan goes to sign, I guess this is like to sign up for the email list, and goes and brings his finger right there. And he's like, honey, you what's our email again? And Magnus says, oh, it is top butlers, number 1 forever with a 4 at butlermail.com. And he very slowly types that in and signs. Okay, so I'll get the updates now.
Would you like to download your updates now or later?
We'll get to that, but first, I hear Magnus tells me you need this, and he hands you a map rolled up and tied with a perfect butler bow. Magnus says, yes, this is what you're looking for. I hope that your mission is successful and you'll all come back and see us sometime, right?
Sure.
And like Jeeves turns to the rest of the group. I don't think I can go with you.
How
I
will I
acted
get
in-
firmware updates?
I acted in a way that was unbecoming of my profession during that fight, and I am sorry for what I have done. I did not work well as a part of this team. I thought only of myself and my desire to impress my fellow butlers. And for that, I am truly sorry.
You're fine, darling. It happens to everyone. Just good rule of show for the future. Before you step on somebody, just get their permission. It's a good thing in the long run. And my special knowledge, the ways of the Old Maid Society, you can restore 1 level of honor to any player by teaching them how to behave.
Regain 1 level of honor. And with that, Magnus is going to say to you, Jeeves, we're all just trying our best down here, and in Butler society, that's the best we can do, be stalwart examples for our community. And I know you have it in you to be a top butler someday. And with that, as he speaks those words, you hear a loud explosion. The butlers below you in the crowd start screaming and running. And then another farther away in the distance. And then in the butler crowd, there it is. A glitter bomb, a small glitter bomb, not the nuclear glitter bomb, goes off in the crowd. And you look down from your winner's box and you can see the carnage. Butlers with their ties askew, covered in glitter, clawing it from their faces, trying to run away, yet they slip on the plasticky debris. The commotion, Magnus says, what's going on? And right outside the winner's box, you hear it. You have to get out of here. I think it must be the Dishonored. They found out somehow. Go. And as you exit the box, you see the one of the butlers lead you away, and Magnus looks at you. Jeeves is like, you've got this. And as you turn to leave, you get not but 30 feet away when the closest explosion happens to you. And you look behind you, Jeeves, and you see Magnus covered in glitter on the ground. Oh!
I mean, Jeeves immediately looks over their shoulders to everyone else. Go, hurry, I must stay here.
Jeeves, you rush to Magnus's aid, and the rest of you are pushed forward by your butler guide through the staircases, and you take one last look as Jeeves brings Magnus to his feet and limps off into the distance to regain their honor and save one of the top butlers in the city. As the door shuts behind you, you leave Jeeves behind. Rush through the commotion you can hear in Butler City left and right, and are pushed out the door. And the butler says, I told you I had an important mission. Go, we've got this under control. We have our own forces. And they slam the door behind you as you are left in the parking lot without Jeeves as the commotion rages below.
Dibs on driving.
No, absolutely not.
So with that, Aki does have to leave us for the rest of the stream. So we have a little bit of time. I would love for you to tell us all about you and where we can find you. And thank you so much for being with us for this first portion. And after that, we will go to break.
Okay, well, everyone, I'm Aki. You can find me on Twitter, Instagram at Hive, at MixGenie in a Bottle. That's MXGINI, and right now you can find me on Fridays over at Q Times at 7 o'clock p.m., where you can catch episodes of Wardens of Domino Varus Gravehaven. I play that with Wes. It's a brand new show. We're only 2 episodes in. The 3rd episode will be airing next Friday. But it is GM'd by Finn Pearson, who created this world that we play in. It's a 5e campaign, so all the mechanics are super easy to understand, but we play very interesting characters in a very interesting world. So if you want to see what else I'm up to, definitely go and check that out.
Amazing. And thank you so much for being a part of this stream.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, and maybe we'll see Jeeves again someday.
You guys go and kick some ass, okay?
Ooh, woo.
Wonderful. So we are going to go to break for 10 minutes. Thank you all for your donations so far, and stick around to see how the exciting conclusion of Battle Maid Brawl ends up. Yeah. Hello, welcome back. Well, we are back with the second half of Battle Maid Brawl. Our maids just went to the secret butler city, stocked up on supplies, fought Roombot version 25 and won. And in doing so, acquired the map to the mansion in which they must steal the code to the nuclear glitter bomb. Right before they're about to leave, a series of smaller glitter bombs went off in the secret Butler City. They had to leave Jeeves behind as they attended to their butlery duties. And you all have been led out of Butler City. And before we get started, I want to say thank you everyone who's donated to Meals on Wheels. We are so close to our goal. You guys have donated so much. Oh my God, thank you so much. We just read from Amethyst. Thank you for your generous donation. Really, really appreciated. This is a great cause. So it's every dollar counts, and it makes me really happy to see you all donating. Anonymous donated as well recently, a generous amount. Thank you all. And to remind you all, if you would like to donate, there are some benefits. You click under rewards, you can see the benefits you can grant to our players. And I have been given the green light. If we hit our goal of $500 to Meals on Wheels, we will be hosting Battle Maids 2 sometime in 2023. So I could even be convinced to write up this homebrew RPG and publish it somewhere. So if you guys hit that $500 goal, I will take the time to do that for you and host Battle Maids Brawl 2. So thank you all so much. All right, so we return. You have just been led out of Butler City. You're in the parking lot. The butler hands you the keys to your vehicle.
Hands who the keys?
The butler holds out the keys.
Gladys immediately reaches for him.
I knew it.
If you want to do contested roles, you can do that.
I would like to use a contested role.
I'm not contesting it.
I am going to contest.
Yeah.
What are we rolling? What are we rolling here?
You tell me what you're rolling.
Oh, yes, I'm the professional driver. Thank you. I'd like to use Wiles to convince this guy to give me the keys.
I am totally gonna. We'll contest with Wiles, and I'm just gonna counter with but Jeeves was teaching me how to drive this thing, and I was in the front seat. You know what? Let's see who we get this.
I'm going to say you both have your hand on the keys, and the winner of this roll will snatch them away. If either of you, Roombot or Sephiroth, want to give a little help to the person who you think.
Oh no, Sephiroth will look down at the options. The Sunday driver who probably shouldn't drive because they have no eyesight, or the man who has learned how to drive through osmosis and briefly watching will look down and just go, "Oh, we're dead either way."
All right.
Yes. That's so good.
I will say, Tony, you do have a special skill that allows you to take to push it 2 levels
Mm.
before you get dishonored, like a part of your honor marked off.
I'm not going to use it yet. I'm not going to
Alright.
use it. You know what? You know what, Gladys? I need to defer to I'm going to defer to my superiors here. So, you take the keys. My apologies.
Yeah, thank you so much. All right, there we
Oh,
go.
dread.
So Gladys is in the driver's seat, Tony back in the passenger seat again, and you guys are off. As you start up the mobile, the Maid mobile, one might say. Tony,
Where do I
again, you
put the key.
as Gladys figures that out. Tony, you probably pointed out, but then you also notice that green light flashing again, and you hear a clunk.
One more time. Hey. And Tony's going to go ahead and push the green button again to see what this thing's like. What is going on with this thing? And open up the compartment.
All right, you pull out a bag. It looks a little bit different than the other one, and it has a name on it. And the name that it has on it is, all right, this is from Tessa, Ask It Tessa, and they said that this reward goes to whoever of you in real life last dusted a shelf.
I mean, I was just kind of like knocking.
All of us
things out.
immediately. Shit.
We are the worst.
I've organized my shop shelf. That's as far as I got.
Does it
I did
count if I
this-
used my hand?
Does it?
Technically,
that's my offer.
the tool does
I
not.
did like a.
I don't have a shelf here.
Yeah, the
All right.
tool shouldn't matter. It's just did you dust? That should count.
I just want to put this out there. All right, for full suck up points. My girlfriend's shelves are right here, and I just kind of did this brushing motion, just kind of after I saw that in the donation chapter. Is it dusty? Not at all, but I pretended to try, and I think that's worth something.
Ooh.
That's worth some brownie points.
What do you guys think?
It was selfless, that's for sure.
Yeah.
All right.
The
Totally.
only thing I can clean up is my act.
How's that going?
It's been messy. Yeah.
Oh meow.
Oh meowa, oh meowru, shinderu.
All right. You do see on the bag Roombot's name.
Hey, Tony's gonna turn to the Roombot. Hey, Roombot, think fast, and he's gonna just toss it back to the Roombot since I'm in the front seat, right? And Roombot's sitting behind. Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm gonna say, as you throw, think fast and throw it. I say, the protocols have not yet. Door my compartment, and we're good.
So you open this bag. This one isn't locked like the old Magic's bag. And you see inside of it a protocol chip. And tell me what you think this protocol chip will have on it. It has one protocol upgrade that you think you might need. What would that be?
An accurate depiction of Despacito.
I was gonna say the lyrics.
It allows the player to actually look up the lyrics.
It's a Despacito. No, I kind of like that dumb bit. Plus, I don't want to get gigged for like actually doing the lyrics. I think I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do. I've finally been registered. I'm going to be able to laugh, so I can love, and I can live.
All right. You slot that in.
Finally.
It's like a floppy disk drive, it's actually right over your heart where this one goes. It's, yeah, just like a floppy disk. Pop it in and it feels like if you, Roombot, knew what carbonated beverages felt like inside your body, that's what it feels like. And it just bubbles up inside of you and you let out a laugh.
Ha 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 ha.
Ah,
Very disconcerting.
I now feel complete. I am now able to love. Ha 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 ha.
And you see if you take a look at Roombot, you can see right where their floppy disk drive is, right above their heart. A little red heartbeat, just kind of boop, 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 boop. So, all right. Gladys, you have the keys and you're off.
At a blazing.
Hold on. So as she finds the key slot and turns on the engine, she like kind of revs the pedal a little bit. Hang on, girls. My fourth husband was a race car driver and he taught me a few things.
You're
And then
only
he's
a thrice divorcee.
I only drive slowly on Sundays. And like just pulls down the lever and slams on the gas. All right, you're my navigator, Tony. Tell me if there's any stupid people in the road.
Gotcha. And Tony's looking at the Tony's got one eye on the road, but also one eye on like the radar system that's in the Maid mobile to make sure no one's tailing us or anything.
Amazing. All right, I am gonna have you make a roll for general driving and navigation. Both Tony and Gladys, tell me what you're rolling for and make your roll.
While this happens, I will be sloppily drawing a diagram on how to perform the initial drift, which I will immediately like shove through the middle console and like point at it with my pen. Like, that one.
Oh yeah, and like while flooring it down the street is looking at this. Oh, I got you, honey, and is going to attempt to perform the initial drift by pulling the handbrake.
All right, I'm gonna call that wild.
The handbrake. Oh yeah, sweet.
Yeah, that's wild, especially
Sick
because
nasty.
Sephiroth helped you out. So
Oh, I rolled 2 6s at once.
Jeez.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm rolling my third one just in case. Oh, it's a 5, but still, that's really good.
Nice. I rolled a 5 on my Wiles roll since I'm using dexterity to like look back and forth to navigate.
all right, Gladys, so you had an epic success. So you learned a lot from that ex-husband, and it shows. The rest of you are shocked because Gladys in so many ways takes her time. She's seen a lot. She's seen it all. She's never in a rush, but the speed with which she drives this Maid mobile. Describe to me how you take the city streets in this Maid mobile with that epic success.
So Gladys is weaving in and out of traffic, drifting around corners, taking routes through back alleys. Be like, yeah, did you ever see the movie The Transporter? That's what I like to be on the
Amazing.
weekdays. And then like gets behind a slow car and there's like stop traffic on the other side. Be like, Steffi, get on the water can and get this bozo out of the way.
Sephiroth, having not put in his seatbelt in preparation for this event, is actually like against the side of the car, like against the window, unable to pull away due to the amount of G-forces occurring in the vehicle at any given point of time. If he's not plastered up against the back passenger side window, he's thrown back against Roombot, and this happens like a ping pong ball at least 3 times.
Use your claws to hold on. You're a cat or not.
I'm not trying to ruin the interior.
All right, fine. That's fair. This is very nice leather.
Amazing.
Like most chaotic BMW driver you can imagine.
You
Beautiful.
hear the of peeling off the window.
The cat claws screeching against glass. As you navigate these city streets, taking turn after turn, drifting around sharp corners, you are headed towards the mansion. Tony, you are keeping an eye on the radar, just like Jeeves taught you. And with that roll, you got a success, correct?
That's correct. I got a 5.
All right. As you're holding on for dear life, you're keeping an eye on this radar, and you see a pattern. Is that, could it be something seems irregular, and you watch it for a moment and you're like, yes, this is exactly what Jeeves was pointing out to you. It seems like there is a red dot on the radar that seems to be following you.
Is this red dot, can I tell if it's on the road behind us or in the air behind us? What can the radar tell me that?
Yeah, so you look at the radar with that success. I think you look at the radar and you can see it doesn't seem to be following streets. It seems to be cutting corners. So you assume that perhaps it's something in the air.
Hey, I'm hoping this thing's got a little more juice to it. I think we got company, and he's gonna motion to both Roombot and Sephiroth. Radar, and this is not on the streets. Look at the way it's moving. This might be in the air. Does the Maidmobile have a sunroof of some sort?
Yeah, you can push a button and the sunroof opens. It folds back.
Yep.
Highly technology. And you can look up and peer behind you. And in the distance, you see a dot hovering. And it is quite a ways away, but you think that's it. It looks like a drone, perhaps. Hard to make out the details, but something in the air following you.
As soon as the red dot is seen on the screen, Sephiroth is already in between the two front seats, batting at it.
No! That's not that's not what we're going for.
What?
Get out of here. Go knock something off the
What do you mean?
table or
It's
something.
it's right there. It's the red dot. It's just, come on.
Sit back down. No!
I've got one job.
Yeah, you got one. Keep us. All right.
Steffi, look, there's a bottle on the table. Go knock it off.
Oh. Wait, what table?
Please, no one get out a cucumber. I hear they think it's a snake.
Luckily, there are no cucumbers at this moment in the Maidmobile. All right, so you see this drone following behind you. Let me know what you want to do. If you want to do anything about it, or just keep heading where you're heading.
Steffi, get on the freaking power washer.
The what? Oh, kind of. No, there's a knob in front of it's in front of the one you normally on your right. You gotta pull it towards you.
Tony, find what knob he's talking about.
I'm looking for it, and Tony's like frantically like all over the dashboard, like which knob is it? And he pulls he's gonna pull a random something random, not even sure what it is. Should I roll for it to figure out if I pulled the right knob?
Yeah, roll. Let's see. If it's an odd
roll.
If it's an odd number, you push the right button. If it's an even number,
It was an even number.
all right, wrong button. You push a button, and
Did I get the windshield wipers?
you did. The windshield wipers are going off and spraying the windshield fluid behind you. Luckily, it's behind you, but you can hear the cars directly behind you start to spin out of control. And while this would have been useful if you were being pursued by a vehicle, you are not, and the drone is unaffected.
Ah, Jesus. All right, wrong. All right, wrong knob. Sorry. All right, we're gonna try. Shit. Does anybody else know how this bucket of bolts works?
Well, I mean, all right, fine. I was saving this for later. Sephiroth will reach into the maid outfit and pull out a Glock.
A whole ass gun?
Oh yeah. And we'll proceed to go to the sunroof, pulling out this firearm and pulling the trigger at the drone, only to realize that there is no magazine. So as it dry fires, he'll look at it, look up towards the drone, and just chuck it.
All right, go ahead and roll.
Yeah, that'll be. I'm gonna go with power.
You
Which
made
is gonna
Tony
be
spit
one
take.
die.
Would you like me to help or throw it for you or something?
I got a 5.
Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad at
Yeah.
all. Meow.
Yeah.
And it goes spinning and it clocks this drone, and the drone starts spinning in the air, and it wobbles and rights itself, and it is losing pace, but it is still in the air.
I don't have more Glocks.
Roombot, you know this protocol. You know the Maidmobile is equipped with a bot battle position. And you remember, you were so delighted by your laughing that it took you a while to recall, but now your processor has kicked into gear and you know where the button is, and you push the button.
I push the button.
Push the button. So Roombot protocol, battle protocol pops open. Your seat springs up, and out the back of the car, kind of like the windshield opens. Your seat just kind of shifts into this form where you are like in this almost turret on the back of this Maidmobile. You have 180 degrees of turning where you can aim perfectly, and you can use any of your range explosives in this position. It's a perfect spot to do that.
Make a Roombot.
Make a Roombot?
Yes. I believe it is time to turn your vacuum from suck to blow.
I must blow them. I shout out loud as I grab the handles of the gun and start to overcharge my internal vacuums. And I just start to like highly pressurized cannon blast just coming out of this turret.
Careful, everyone. He's gone from suck to blow.
Oh my goodness. And Hazard and Hijinks just donated $20 to give you an auto success on that. So
Woo!
describe to me how you blow this drone out of the sky.
So as the drone comes by, I grab the handles of this cannon, and you start seeing like wires burst out of my body attached to it. You see my chest open up with my new beating floppy disk robot heart, and it starts just pumping faster and faster and faster. And you can hear this engine roar, and all this power starts rushing to it. And I load up the cannon, and I just go, ha, 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 and just start blowing out of the sky with this pressurized cannon.
Amazing. So it just is pummeled. It goes spinning and it crashes into a lamppost, and just sparks are flying everywhere, almost like fireworks in the distance, as it falls to the ground and bursts into flames. And for the time being, you have destroyed the following drone.
Yes.
And I do want to take a moment to say we have just reached our goal of
Yes.
$500.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you all for all your donations, and that we recently had from Hazard and Hijinks. Thank you for that auto success. We had a donation from live from the A ... it doesn't show me the whole name. So whoever you are.
Live from the A.
Live from the A.
Is that Live from the Apocalypse?
Oh, that might be that. Yeah.
I know, I've heard of them.
doesn't
Thank you
show
so much,
me
Live
the
from the
entire
Apocalypse
thing.
and Hazard and Hijinks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. We have a few anonymous donors. So yeah, $500 officially means Battle Maids 2 will come sometime
Electric
next year.
Boogaloo.
Electric Boogaloo. And I guess I am writing up a PDF of this RPG that I just invented yesterday. So I will do that for you guys and for Meals on Wheels. Awesome. Thank you so much for your giving. So the drone is destroyed. The Maidmobile zooms off. I want you to make one more roll, each of you. This is to navigate. This is to reduce the attention that has been drawn by this chaos that you cause, this commotion, or any other kind of preparations you want to make before you reach your destination.
I don't need to roll for mine. It's actually pretty innate. I will be making biscuits on the heated seat.
You succeed.
I would like to use my wiles in order to navigate us through the city so that we can't be followed.
Beautiful. All right, tell me what you roll for that and how you're doing that specifically.
Oh no, this third one better be pretty good. Okay, top roll was the 3. The other
All
one
right.
was 2 and a 1.
Do you want to push it to be, because specifically you are trying not to be followed, right?
Correct. I'll go with a mixed success on this one.
All right.
I'd like to save my other 2 honor for Important things.
purposes. Also, one note of order: is there anyone else left that can restore, other than Gladys, that can restore levels of honor? Does anyone else have that as a special skill? Because Gladys, you can't do it on yourself.
I can restore. Hold on. I can restore 1 honor to another player other than myself by helping them see the plane. I'm guessing that's unemotional logic in a situation. The emotional logic in the situation.
But you
Yeah.
have a chip for that now.
Yes, but I think I can do both.
Yeah. So at some point, if you want to, if Gladys is starting to freak out and you want to sit down and, kind of help them see the logic of the situation from a robot's point of view, you'd be able to regain an honor. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you need that honor now, or do you need to wait for later?
I'm fine for now, dear. I have 2.
Yeah. So
That's
as of now, Gladys,
I've got a little honor left.
it's amazing too, after mooning an entire crowd of butlers, that you
Yeah.
have
I don't have
some.
any shame, but I have some honor.
There is a distinction.
Amazing. Awesome. So yeah, so Gladys, you feel like you're doing a good job and not being followed, but you can't be sure. You can't be sure. All right. Anybody else? Preparations, want to reduce the commotion?
I would like to use my power to continue to blast air from the cannon to either like a boost, like a jet to make the car go faster, or 2, if we are attacked, I can shoot them, or even make like bank turns by shooting our side. I've got this massive blaster. I might as well use it for something.
Okay. Yeah. I will say that you have lost the drone. So let's say that you're using that air blaster to give you a blast of speed, but also dry up a little bit of the mess that your windshield wipers are making in your wake, to reduce this trail that you're leaving behind.
Oh, they're still on.
Yeah. In true Roombot fashion, I am going, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, and it's like it's drying, but it's also like just taking huge chunks out of like people's paint and stuff. And ooh, that's a 6 high.
All right. Yeah. So you're very successful in all of that. I think even your I'm sorry's land well. People are shaking their fists and you're like, I'm sorry. And they're just like, oh, that was polite.
It's like the wave, like, when you accidentally screw up while driving and like cut somebody off, you just kind of wave.
So sorry.
And everyone's like, well, guess we got to forgive him.
Yep. It's not his fault. He's an idiot. I'm sorry.
All right. Anyone else?
Is there anything left on the radar that could be tracking us?
So you're monitoring the radar, and go ahead and make a roll to see how well you can interpret what you see.
That's a 5.
It's 5. All right. You are checking out the radar, and is that drone getting back up? It's not getting back up. Is that car following you? No, it took a turn. But there seems to be a blinking very far in the distance that seems to have a bit of a follow on you. It's at the very edge of the radar sensor, but you feel like this could be another drone quite far away. You have a major lead on it, but what you gather from this is that the time that you have to complete this mission once you arrive is going to be short before reinforcements of the Dishonored arrive at your location.
I'm going to relay that there might be another drone that is still tracking us, but Tony's going to lean over to Gladys. All right. You know what? First of all, you're a sick driver. You're amazing. All right. I think let's step on it. Let's get to the destination. Let's do some of that fancy driving shit that you've been doing right now, because we might be still followed here, but I think we can beat them. We can beat them to it.
You got it, Tuds.
And she steps on the gas.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Sephiroth is thrown back almost into the turret. As you hear a pen click and a little on to Roombot once more underneath the custom Leet edition now writes Mega Maid _ 42069.
The robot must look at that and go, nice, nice, nice.
Amazing, beautiful. So the Maid Mobile speeds off. After a little bit of time, you arrive at your destination. You're able to hide the Maid Mobile among a very crowded array of arbory and bushes and landscaping. And you have arrived at the mansion. You are in an area that is unseen. You see before you large mansion, and this is at Bankers Hill, where the top of the top live, right? You have the map. So any roll you're making to navigate, you're going to add 2 dice to that for this map. All right. You know where on the map where their safe is, where it's going to be stored. So you know where you're going. And now it's just up to you to retrieve this code and before the Dishonored catch up with you. What do you do?
Does the map say where the thing is?
Yes, so you can see the safe room very clearly marked in the center of the mansion. You are on the outskirts now. There's a fence surrounding it. With all of the landscaping, you could tell there's a pretty easy way for you to abscond over this fence unseen, find a back entrance, get through. It's just all about navigating your way to the safe room and avoiding any obstacles that might come your way.
Sephiroth will look to him, but do you, by chance, have a explosive of, malicious intent?
Yes. Most explosives are malicious, except for the knockout.
Like a grenade.
My jaw distends and drops, and you see my tongue turn into like a treadmill, like one of those treadmills. And you start seeing like this never-ending cascade of like fragmentation grenades.
I just need one. Something that will blow through a wall.
Would you like a breaking or a shattering on the wall?
Honestly, either.
You start seeing pounds and pounds of Simtech with charges just coming out of my mouth.
Oh, Jesus. All right. Have we parked? Are we like ready to breach this mansion?
Yes, you are out of vehicle. The vehicle is well hidden, and all that lays before you is the mansion.
I will look to the sky and extend my hand and go, "Ooh," as a bird flutters down and lands gently upon my palm. Just remember, little bird, about the violent rabbit kittens. These little beasts have no regard for human life. They kill, maim, and torture nothing except mice. As I hand the bird the grenade and get its claws to hold it and pull the pin, fly. As I send off this bird to the front door of the mansion to breach.
So this is amazing. So for those who didn't know, Sephiroth's special knowledge specifically says, word for word, you have a special connection with animals, just like a Disney princess. You may ask animals to do small tasks or gather information for you. When doing so, add 1 dice to your roll. So go ahead, tell me what you're rolling and add your dice.
We are gonna roll some very wily wiles.
Oh, Steffi, I didn't know you were a magical girl too.
I got a 6 in there. It is a 3, 6, and a 2.
Amazing. As you say this, the bird grabs the grenade with its little feet, goes and flies off. A single feather just kind of like flies from its wings and slowly.
As the bird
Floats to
flies
the
away, I'll whisper, "You know what happens when the cat is angry if you fail."
And boom! You hear an explosion as the feather just gently falls into your hand just in time. And successfully, you have utilized an innocent bird as a plumber.
Yes, we are breached. Go.
I proceed to like start spitting out grenades like a gachapon machine, just and like I hand them out to everyone, and I got like 10 in my hands, just ready to go. And I look to you and I go, "That was a great job, Sephiroth. Great job!" And I run off with like 20 grenades in my hands.
Amazing. And I will make a note that if any of you other than Roombot attempt to use an explosive, you will be doing so at a disadvantage of the dice.
Yeah, you just see Gladys looking at the grenade. I have so much power in my hands right now.
Yeah, how come there's never like moon, prism, gat?
So you rush into the mansion, and with that explosion, there is a commotion. You hear a beeping in the distance as you enter. You enter into a foyer where you can see a double staircase rising to either side, a nice coat rack, beautifully tiled floors, a mosaic on the wall, and a painting of the mayor right above the staircase. But from the distance, you hear beep, 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 and butler bots come rolling in. You know that these are a low model of butler bot. They are for guarding, they are for opening the door, they are for managing who gets inside this building. There are 4 of them. How do each of you attempt to take out a butler bot?
I would like to first announce to the group, don't worry, everyone. This is a low-level trash mob from Disney's Toontown. It will be fine.
All right, I got this, everybody. Magical girl power moonfall rock,
And then like points her wand into the sky, and nothing happens for a moment. And then you hear her like whooshing through the air as a literal like boulder-sized rock from the moon comes flying down.
Amazing.
Tries to attack all of these guys.
All right, make your roll.
Okay, magical girl.
And I will say you will hit 2 butler
Okay.
bots if you get a epic success. If you get a
Okay.
regular success, you will hit 1, and mixed, we'll see about mixed.
All right, got a 6 and a 4.
All right.
And another 6.
Epic success. Tell me what happens as you take out just 2 of these butler bots with that rock.
So as this pretty much comet is it's getting close to the house, you just feel everything shaking. You can hear the windows pangs like clacking, and then all of a sudden it just comes through the ceiling and demolishes 2 of these bots.
all right, I got a strike. Home run. I'm so good at this.
Amazing. And these bots just shatter, and they are nothing now. There are 2 bots remaining.
You know, I used to sell pieces of these for money. It got a little tight there in my 30s.
It's better than the OnlyFans you tried. But that was last week, wasn't it?
Oh, I wasn't on OnlyFans. I was on OnlyGams.
I thought it was only grams.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. The OnlyGams was the other one. OnlyGrams.
Roombot performing casual Google search of onlygrams. Roombot purging memory of onlygrams.
guys are gonna murder me.
I want to do some assistance because I think we have an awesome opportunity here for a tag move. I want to grab the 20 live grenades in my hands and just litter them all over what's remaining of the comet rock that dropped in here, and then ask Tony to batter up. Because I think if you just crack this thing that's covered in grenades, this could be it.
All right.
I want to add to this attack as well
Okay.
by simply shouting at the top of my lungs, "Butler bot search only grams!"
Oh no. Okay. All right. I gotta see how I'm gonna contest this roll. All right. Each of you roll for what your skill is that you think you're using for this.
All right.
And let me think for a second. All right,
I only got a 3.
This is gonna be Butler willpower, and each of them are gonna roll 3. The 2 are each gonna roll 3 dice for Butler willpower to maintain their. And so Tony, roll yours, and Roombot, roll yours, and we will see what happens.
So that'd be a power roll with my battle archetype as a batter, since Roombot's telling me batter up, and there's a 6 in there.
Nice.
All right.
Yes.
I power as I'm throwing the grenades everywhere, maybe even setting up the rock for the crack. That's 2 6s and 2 1s, but 2 6s.
Okay. All right. So this is what happens. One of the Butler bots rolled an epic fail. So you successfully just destroy this Butler bot. The other one rolls an epic success. However, Tony got a 6. Roombot got an epic success. I'm going to say that it stands at a mixed success right now, unless you want to push it. One of you wants to push it. So it'll be a stalemate on this last Butler bot.
I'm going to push it. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to push it. Sometimes as a baseball player, you don't rush in. You don't want to overextend yourself. But you know what? Even with all the explosions going around and all the grenades, Tony's gonna dive in at the last battle pot and just try to swing at it because it's not down yet. He's gonna swing with his bat while there are explosions going around. This is a dumb idea, but why not?
All right.
While this happens, I will immediately turn around so as to not look at the explosion.
Amazing. So very important question for Tony.
Yes.
While you're pushing it, are you invoking the bond to your businesswoman to avoid taking a dishonor?
Actually, yes, I am.
All right. Tell me how you're doing that.
You know what? I will invoke the bond because Mr. Costa has always said, you know what? Sometimes you got to go big or go home, and you always got to prove yourself. So sometimes just go for it. Go for the goal. So I'm going for the goal as Mr. Costa has instructed me before, and I'm going for it despite the fact that there are grenades going around me and could probably take my head off, but it's worth it.
Amazing. So the grenades go off. The rock blows apart. A shard immediately hits one of the Butler bots and just knocks it out. The other one's still standing, and you go in with your invocation. You think about Mr. Costa, and with shards flying past you, you slow walk towards this Butler. It's like slow motion with the pieces of rock just flying past you. You wind up for the hit, and kablam, home run right on this Butler bot's head, and they are taken out. You are free to move about the house. These Butler bots are out of commission.
My Roombot protocols start taking over, and I start cleaning the room of debris with my vacuum. However, I still have not mastered walls. As I proceed to eat the debris, I bump into the wall, bump into the wall, bump into the wall.
Over here. Oh no, there's stairs. Can you go upstairs?
I can go upstairs, but it will be treacherous if they are above shin level. I will bump into the stairs, bump into the stairs, bump into the stairs.
If one of you wants to roll, you will only need a mixed success to just find the stairs protocol in Roombot's memory bank. Only a mixed success is what you need to do this.
I rolled a 4.
All right, you got it.
Yeah.
You scroll through and I think you're like, it's, Roombot is not newfangled. You know how to navigate this interface.
I
for
don't
the
know
most part.
technology. I'm just gonna push this button right here.
And it
I can't
works.
believe you just completely destroyed the new registration.
Deep
Look.
inside you, Roombot, you do feel something being deleted, but you suddenly remember how to walk upstairs.
Look, I'm doing them a favor, all right? A few years back, I learned not to sign anything anymore. I got scammed by an Egyptian prince, and it was a whole thing.
How old are you?
Well, I got one of the newfangled emails. This is why I don't use it anymore. They said they were an Egyptian prince and they wanted me to get $100,000. And that, but in
Egypt
order to do
hasn't
so,
had a prince. Never mind. Being obviously distracted from the task at hand, will use cat-like dexterity to get zoomies and run around the house in search of the safe room.
Amazing. All right. Let's do a roll, and this roll will be how well you complete your search, and this will kind of determine how much time you have, how long this takes you. And this is your cat Maid aspect, so you do get an extra dice for that.
Oh, I rolled 2 dice, but it's a 6 and a 1.
All right, yeah. So you zoom me around. You go from room to room.
Are there any glasses on any tables?
Oh, yes.
They're gone.
As you all are making it up the stairs, Sephiroth is already searching rooms, and you hear glass after glass shatter. And any of you that are of the particular cleaning type Maid feel a little pang in your heart. And you just, it's not my problem. It's not my problem. And Sephiroth, you enter the kitchen and you see a pantry door that looks a little out of place. You think this might be it. You try the handle, it is locked. What do you do?
Clearly, I use my cat claw to begin picking the lock.
Alrighty. Go ahead and roll for me, and you all can hear. You follow the crashing of glasses to find Sephiroth in the kitchen, attempting to pick this lock.
That is a 4.
All right, that is a mixed success. So would you like to push it? No? Okay. So what I'm going to say how this pans out. You use your kitty claw. And you think you've got it. You've opened doors before. These claws know their way around a lock. However, this lock is advanced. You are having some trouble and crack, your claw breaks. But the door is unlocked just as you snap a claw. Unfortunately, you hear in the distance, I think only you and Roombot hear this, a high-pitched beeping sound like an alarm. Gladys, your ears are a little bit too old to hear it. And Tony, I think that you've just hit a lot of, when you're on the baseball field, all the cheering crowd, you have a little bit of hearing damage, I would say.
I would imagine that having walked through grenade explosions, I can't hear much right now.
I will talk through the toothy tooth communicator and go, I do believe that there's an alarm and we should probably cheese it.
Did you just say cheese it?
Yes, scatter, cheese it. The
Oh, I was
fuzz
gonna
is on the
say-
way.
Oh, I really like those snacks. They're really crunchy crackers. Have you heard of Cheez-Its before? This is weird. It's making my jaw vibrate.
Oh, Tobias, your mic went off.
We need to go.
But we got to get the briefcase first.
I think it is through this door, but I need you down here to get in there, get the thing, and then we need to leave.
All right. Stop rushing. Not everything has to be in a hurry.
You head through the pantry door, and at first it seems like a normal pantry. In fact, Gladys, you see a box of Cheez-Its among other snacks, even
thank
some
goodness.
oat bran, which you may remember from your youth. But unlike a normal pantry, this just continues. And the farther you go down the pantry, it's just like it's elongated. And the boxes start to, you realize, you look closer. Tony, you pick up a box of Fruity Pebbles and you realize it's empty and the packaging is fake. This isn't even a real box of Fruity Pebbles. And Sephiroth, you pick up a can of what looks like cat food, and it's also hollow. This is just lined with imitation pantry products. As you head down the hallway, there's a few twists and turns, and then there is an opening into a large, futuristic, circular room. You see safes lining the walls like safety deposit boxes. You see overhead lights shining on cases of special antique items. Like you see a butler's platter, silver. Gladys, this is vintage. You would know this. This is expensive butler platters from the era of your youth. You see a special edition Roombot collector attachable arms in a case with a light on it, and they're gold plated. Sephiroth, you see cat made ear bows, just decorative bows of special designer editions that you know weren't even for sale in the United States. These are rare.
This is why they called me a cat burglar in high school. Swipe.
Yes. And Tony, you see sports memorabilias of all kinds, signed baseballs, things you could never dream of being in your collection.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Do I have time to grab some of these while I...
Of course we don't have time, but we're doing it anyway.
I'm with you. I'm with you. And I'm totally going to nab some of those signed baseballs while I still can place them in whatever satchel I have.
All right. You swipe what you can, and your attention turns to the middle of the room with a raised pedestal, a light shining down on it. And there is, surrounded by a cage of bars, a briefcase upon the pedestal. It gives off just a slight glow.
All right, so my plan at the moment is to stealthily waddle up there, open up the briefcase, write down the code in my journal. We destroy the original and replace the bogey.
That could work. We do have to replace the codes with the fake codes so they cannot
Correct.
use the bomb.
But if we ensure that the original is destroyed, they won't know to look in an emo cat boy's book of poetry.
True. However, logic protocols seem to say that if the original code is completely lost, then there is absolutely no threat.
Is it
Even if
digital
it's-
or not?
Oh, original. The code
No,
we're given-
digital.
Oh, digital.
Can I literally just write it down? Do we know? Open the thing.
I just rip it open.
So you approach, so the briefcase is surrounded by a circle of bars. So you can try to scale it, you can try to get through it, but you can't reach it at the moment.
Do you not have the extendo fingers?
No, but I do have this. I'm gonna start shooting those grenades all over the room where the bars are. Just blow them wide open.
Yeah, I would like to assist with that by going, oh, look, a spider.
Protocol dictates all spiders must be destroyed.
All right. I'll give you an extra dice for that.
Yes.
That's real good.
Well played. Well played.
I'm
The
putting
ultimate
down,
callback.
Paracord, Semtex grenades, and I'm like, the whole floor must go. There's a spider. Okay. This is for power. You know, I'm going to dishonor myself by just absolutely losing my cool. And okay, that's not great, but it's a 4. The highest is a 4.
All right, mixed success. So these explosions go off. You blast a hole in some of the bars that are like kind of blown outwards, just big enough to fit Sephiroth. But with this, you hear like a creaking of these deposit boxes, and you feel like the structural integrity of this armored room has been compromised.
Oh,
So
then
you-
it is time to go swipe.
All right, Sephiroth, you can fit in and you approach the pedestal.
Pop it open.
As you approach the pedestal, you get up there and you reach for the briefcase. You get right within paw's reach of it, and the pedestal platform flips over, and in its place of the briefcase is a single glass of water.
Easy.
And with that, you hear alarms blaring. You all can hear this now. And from beyond, you hear a rumbling, and you get the sense that this armored room is starting to creak more and more. You see from the skylight above, panels of metal start to close in, closing your exit. You have very limited time to retrieve this briefcase and get out of here before you are trapped.
So I will quickly reach into my Maid pocket again, pulling out my attack Beyblade. Well, it's actually the old one, but it is now being reconfigured like a Rubik's Cube in my hand, with various ninja symbols, as is custom. And I put it onto my Ripper, and I look at where the piece like flipped over, because I had to flip over from an angle, and I'm going to rip the Beyblade like a drill right over that hinge point.
All right, roll for that. Add your Beyblade battle dice.
1, 4, and a 6.
All right, that's a success. You let it rip and cut through this very finely machined hinge. You're able to flip it open, and you have access to the briefcase. And these alarms are still blaring, but now
What's in
you
the
have what you're looking
box?
for. You open it up, and you see a single piece of paper with a series of numbers on it.
Cool. Did they give us a code to be replacing it with specifically, or is it just whatever we're making?
They gave you an entire briefcase. So
Oh,
you
so we're
can
just
do a
swapping
swap.
briefcase. Cool.
Mhm.
Cool. Yeah. All right. Tight. Swapsies. Reflip it. Retrieve Beyblade. Like I said earlier, it's time to cheese it.
All right. Let me know how you all get out of here, because the alarms are blaring. This room is creaking as if structural stability. You see these deposit boxes that might be even support beams, load-bearing support beams, start to just creak with taking the weight of all the explosives that have been put upon it. And the exits seem to be slowly closing. So each of you are going to tell me how you get out of here with all your crew intact.
I will, as I turn to leave these bars, my paw will actually touch some of the spilled water, causing me to leap forward in horror as I bolt as quickly as I can. My gait's slightly awkward because with every like gallop, like I gotta flick my foot as I bolt for the exit, with absolutely no regard for anyone else except this briefcase.
All right. And I'm gonna have all of you roll at the end. So thank you.
What
for
do I
sharing
roll
that.
for trauma?
Trauma. Oh, that's a good question. So I'm gonna have you roll. I mean, you're damp and Kitty don't like, so I think you can roll your wiles and your like cat type to get out of here, but I think you're gonna take -1 dice for being wet.
That's cool. That'll be 2d6, and that gives me a 6 and a 5.
All right. How are the rest of you getting out of here?
I think Roombot is going to become a Boombot and just start throwing whatever explosives I can so that if the doors are coming down, they're either destroyed outward or stop moving altogether. So we can at least have a secure exit while everything is falling to shit.
All right. Go ahead and roll whatever you think with your explosive dice.
Okay, so that is 1, 1, 3, and 4. So it's a mixed success.
So what was your highest?
4.
Okay, 4. That's a mixed success. I will resolve that in a moment, and at that point, you will tell me whether or not you want to push it.
All
All right, Tony, tell me how you're getting out of here.
Tony is treating this like he's trying to steal home in baseball, and he's running. And if he has to slide, he will.
All right, beautiful. All
Let's
righty.
see.
Roll for your battle type.
Let's see. So do I get +1 because I'm a former baseball player?
Yes.
All right. Would this be wiles or power?
It could be either one. You can make the argument for it.
Sick power because I'm running with all my full might.
Got it.
There's a 6 there.
Awesome. All right, Gladys. What you up to?
Gladys is gonna use her wiles to jump on Roombot's back and go, Roombot, return home.
All right. It's gonna be a problem if you get a mixed success because Roombot already got a mixed success. So
Oh no. It's a 4.
Push it
It's a
real good. Push it real good.
Push it.
okay.
Push it, salt and pepper.
Wait, you know what?
What?
At this point, Gladys.
Yeah.
You hop on Roombot's back, and Roombot's struggling. Gladys, was it the extra dessert you had last night? What? I don't know. You're not as light as you used to be. Roombot's struggling. Sephiroth is in the lead out of here. Tony's right behind him, and this door is closing. Roombot, you tried to blow it out of the way, but it just seems to be coming down. But Gladys, you feel a bit of a rumble. Is it your digestive system? No, it's the bag of old magics. Would you like to open the bag of old magics?
I would absolutely love to open the bag of old magics.
I'll call back. Last one to the car isn't the driver.
How
All right.
fucking dare you?
Go ahead. You open the bag of old magics. And as you pull it out of your pocket, the string that was so tightly tied before falls away in your hands just automatically. You open the drawstring bag and look inside, and what meets your eyes is a cacophony of rainbows, sparkles, just pure magical girl realness. Time stops. Gladys, you find yourself in a liminal space. You're standing on a rainbow, and you look all around you. It's just the vastness of magical space, which is different than normal space. This is where magical girl transformations are made. You remember yourself when you came into your own as a magical girl. This is where you went for the first time to learn your transformation. So, as you look around you, you hear, Gladys. A disembodied voice. Gladys.
Yes.
Gladys. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, it's you.
Yeah. I could tell over the Magical Girl Network that you were in some trouble.
Yeah, just a tad.
Yeah. What's going on down there?
There's explosions and the doors closing, and we're trying to save everything from a nuclear glitter bomb. It's a whole thing.
And you see coming down from a rainbow cloud, it is Janet from Battle Joanne's. And what you knew that you didn't tell anybody before was she was a magical girl herself once. You were from a rival magical girl crew. You may have had your past flings and whatnot, but all magical girls carry that special connection. And here you are. It's been a while since you've been in this space. And Janet looks at you and says, well, it's time I retired. I could give you a little bit of extra boost. It'll take the magic out of me. You really need this? Is it really important?
I mean, the whole of Maiddom is in trouble if we don't do this. So I'll accept your help.
And you can see she's like cringing as she says that.
Is that so?
Yes.
All right. You're gonna have to do something for me though.
What do you want? I knew there was gonna be something.
Well, first, I want a replica of your wand, the original release. I know you've got it in your memorabilia stores.
I may have one, yes. Fine, it's yours.
All right. I want my quilting machine back. You never returned it.
Right. I'll have to call Roger, my 6th ex-husband, and I'll try and get that back for you. He took it in the divorce.
Sure. Okay.
I get it back.
All right. I believe you. And as you're saying this, she's going through. She has like an old lady bag, like the large bag, but it's like a side strap, and it just has so many pockets, like an unnecessary amount of pockets. She's digging through it and she's pulling things out, like a can of Chef Boyardee, an umbrella just like comes out of the bag. She tosses it to the side. She has a bag of Ricola cough drops. She pops one in her mouth and tosses it to the side. And she pulls out an orb, a glowing orb. It glows in her hand with this like purpley pink light. All right, so you're gonna take this once you get back to, whatever the realm, non-magical girl realm is. You're just gonna kind of toss it behind you. And just don't look. Okay, don't look at it once you toss it.
All right.
Got it? And she goes to hand it to you, and she reaches it back. One more thing.
What is it?
Set me up with Roombot.
Can I get you a newer model? I'm kind of attached to this one.
One date. Just one.
Fine. It's fine. I'll make it happen. I'll get you your quilter and the wand replica. It's my last one, by the way.
I just want to date with that hunka chunka robot. And she hands you the orb, and with a bright light, you are back in reality with alarms blaring. Time starts up again. Nobody even knows that you are gone, but you have this orb in your hand.
Looking at it, she's, all right, let's go, and smacks Roombot with the wand and just tosses the orb behind her.
Giddy up, let's get out of here.
You toss the orb, and the room is filled with a pink purple light. You all can see this now. You have no idea what this is. It is just like a cacophony of rainbows filling your senses. You smell like raspberry body spray.
Oh, this is actually delightful. I don't want to leave.
You feel a taste of like whipped cream, strawberry shortcake in your mouth. You are in an instant feeling like you're blasted forward through space and time. You're like, is this room exploding? What is happening? But it is the power, the magical girl power of Gladys with her magical orb shoots you out of this room. And as you spin in this light, you feel like you're not even in this mansion anymore. You seem a bit halfway between this world and the magical girl liminal space. And if you all had your own magical girl transformations, is this what it would feel like? And yes, it is. Please, each of you describe to me your magical girl transformation and what your new magical girl outfit looks like. Let's start with Roombot.
So Roombot gets covered in this amazing like rain cloud of hand grenades. Just like glittery hand grenades cover him, and they start going off one by one. Pop, 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 making this gigantic glittery explosion sunrise. And now he's covered in like soot, and then like this big blast like just whips it all off. And as it whips off, you see this like beautiful maid's dress, like just the apron glittering with like great bows made out of like C4, and he's got this beautiful like head thing here made out of like grenade bonnets, and just short shorts, the shortest shorts made of Kevlar, and he's still wearing no clothes. And as he poses, he's like, "In the name of the boom, I will punish you." And it's all just explosions and happy faces all over the place.
Did
And
anyone
I
have
will-
any popcorn? I'm loving this show.
And I will add, Roombot, not only do you have everything you described, but you also have a flowing mane of human hair. Just
Ha, 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 ha. I can now love.
all right. Sephiroth, tell me about your magical girl
can't
transformation.
top that.
What do you do? How?
What the hell, PJ? So as we all know, in the liminal space of magical girls, they're actually not that far from cat girls. They are
Yeah.
related, as we went over with the the animal summoning thing.
Mhm.
And as you know, Sephiroth feels this overwhelming sense of ancestry and like camaraderie with the magical girl realm. As you can see in my background, my ancestors watching over me, as they magically from my pocket, the limited edition hair bows float to the sky and attach themselves as they are placed, as all of the ancestors look down and bring their hands forward, practically giving a crown of giant, like, well, there's two little bows and then one giant bow in the back, iconically red, of course, which matches all of the sequins that have been lovingly handmade, as one of the old grandma cat ladies comes up and offers this hand sewn uniform, a Sailor Scout uniform. And with a nod, the glowing of the realm blinds all to keep it under PG-13. Walking out of this glow, a hero is born. XXX Sephiroth. XXX.
Got an extra X. All right, Tony.
So the randomness of this all happens, and the first thing you see is this: the area goes blinding white, and as vision returns, you see it's a field of dreams all around, and situated in the center of the field of dreams is a giant box, but not just any box. It seems to be a box of Cracker Jacks that sits in the middle of the field. And the ribbons flying around the box are just ribbons that are made of the little treats you would find in the Cracker Jack box, just endless as they wrap around the box, seeming to give it energy as they swirl and swirl and swirl. And next thing you know, the box seems to almost explode in half. And as it explodes, Cracker Jacks fly everywhere. And standing in the midst of all the Cracker Jacks, you see Tony with the raised bat in hand, wearing the outfit of the Rockford Peaches from A League of Their Own. As Tony brings a hand to the hat and just looks up. I may not always score a home run, but you know I'll always find home for you.
Amazing. Gladys, you see all of these transformations happen around you with a knowing nod. And as you all come into your magical girl forms, you are instantly brought back to awareness in your magical girl outfits. You are back in the car. Tony, you are in that driver's seat, and you're off into the night. And with this, you feel every corner you take in the Maidmobile, almost like there is a trail of rainbows just flying behind you, just this shimmering aurora, almost like what's behind Tony right now, as the updated magical girl Maidmobile rooms through the streets. You drive through unknown, you are even passing through other vehicles as if you are simultaneously in this world and the liminal magical girl space. There's no way they're catching up to you now. You are home free. You make it back to headquarters. You get back to the underground garage. You haven't been followed. You know it for sure. You park the vehicle. You exit the Maidmobile. And the shimmer of the rainbows slowly fades. And you know you have completed your task. The butler that mans the garage looks at you, mouth agape. So what happened?
Ooh, woo. Let me tell you a story.
And we will move to the next scene. We'll fade to black here, but we're not done yet. After passing off the code to the Maid Council, and you are successful, the councilwoman has you back in the room for a debrief. She says, "Oh, I heard you are quite the crew. And I hear, Gladys, are you telling me that you have a new magical girl group right here with you?"
Yes, I do. I've never been prouder.
Amazing. Well, all right. Well, you've saved the city. I think that this is exactly what we need. I will admit, you did make. It wasn't the what you would call the most discreet of a job, but I think with what happened in the Butler City, there's enough of a commotion going around that it won't be traced back to you for time being. We will get our teams on it to make sure that your identities are safe and sacrosanct. And you may return home as heroes, silent heroes, as we in Maid Society will know what you've done. And we may call on you again, but for now, you've done well. I have a reward for you. And she hands you each a box of premium maid supplies that are exactly what you need as a maid for your job. Some upgrades, some things that you didn't have before.
Rainbow chalk.
Oh my God, a Roombot 25.
Interesting. New book of Chinese recipes. Editor's note, don't worry about the takeout. Cook at home and enjoy. Interesting.
Oh, if you wanted Chinese, darling, you should have just told me. There's this wonderful place with a panda on it. Gotta have the orange chicken. It's to die for. Very good. Top notch.
I'm gonna remember that. Gotta remember that. Thank you again. And by the way, Tony's gonna turn to Gladys. This experience, mind blowing and mind opening. Thank you for your guidance. Thank you all.
Of course, anytime, dear, anytime. You go have fun with your boss.
Gladys, just
What?
briefly, where is the Magical Girl Gang HQ? I was hoping to get my bright pink wand, the Glock.
Oh, you want one? Oh, you want something like that?
Yes, the MGG, the Magical Girl Glock.
Yeah, so we go to what's that thing in Vegas with the dances?
Oh, yes. Mhm.
Yeah. It's the ones where all the guys are in G strings. That one.
Yes, clearly.
Yeah, I don't remember the name of it. Something along the lines of something.
Chippendales.
Glockendales.
Yeah. There's something about that. Like it's about the cartoon characters. Yeah, they use that name.
Amazing. And Roombot, what is it in your award that you so desperately needed?
Live, laugh, love sign that I shall now affix to my apron. Ha, ha, ha. I do need to be registered again, though.
I knew it got deleted. I wasn't lying.
Does putting that on make you the basic model?
Well played. Well played.
Excuse me, this is already version 1 parentheses 25 close parentheses custom 1337 underscore mega made for 2069.
Yes, and I think that's gonna be like on the like the little like wooden panel, just that little like name wrapped around it.
Wonderful. And as Roombot's laughs fade to black, I'm going to have each of you do a final scene. And what you're going to do is you're going to tell me, as you return to your normal maid duties, tell me, just a little scene of you in your normal life, what you're doing after this experience. Let's start with Roombot.
All right, so going back to normalcy for Roombot means that with this live, laugh, love wooden panel, this little kitschy panel with all that name scribbled on it, he will continue to go and have a hard time walking through doors and bumping off walls, but he will explode buildings and clean up the debris and continue to walk out of the mess, just going, "It is okay, there was a spider," and then just keep walking. And this just happens ad nauseum. Meanwhile, whereas once was just a dour, deadpan, robotic face, every now and then a little smirk perks up as he walks away going, "Despacito, da 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 da, despacito," off into the horizon for the next adventure.
Amazing. And let's see, Tony.
All right, so Tony has returned back to Mr. Costa's house, and he's resumed duties of making sure it is spotless. And it's almost getting to dinner time, so he started to take some of the advice. He did get some of that takeout from that panda place, especially the orange chicken, which was quite delightful. But he's also mixing that with some of the recipes that are in the cookbook that he got. And as he's cooking, you see that he's looking through the cookbook, and you see him start to take a pose for a minute as if he were still reminiscing upon the moment he was a magical girl. He takes a pose, and then as he brings the book back down, you start to hear him silently go, "Despacito, quiero respirar despacito, que te digas al oído, para que te acuerdes que no estás conmigo."
Amazing.
Despacito.
Beautiful. All right, Gladys, tell me about what you're doing.
So Gladys is going back to her house. Gonna make herself a nice martini, use a little bit of the magic girl powers to give it that kind of colorful swirl, and it's gonna hang out. And you just see Roombot 25 come up behind her and start giving her a massage. Be like, "Yes, that's perfect. Yeah, it's so tense after the day. There were explosions. It was crazy. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it was great. I can't wait to tell all my friends." And then like pulls out like an old rotary dial phone and it's like, "Ching, ching." "Mary, you won't believe what happened today." "Yes, I do need to yell. I know you didn't put in your hearing aid." "Oh, today was great. Yes, it went very well. Yes, I used some of my magic powers again. I know. Yes. Oh, don't worry, we'll get together for brunch on Sunday. I'm driving, and of course, I'm going to drive slow for you. I know you get nauseous."
Amazing. Thank you. And Sephiroth.
It was a dark night. Not much rain, just a little mist in the air as the flash of red and blue lit a stark scene of a mansion with a blown out front wall. As Sephiroth leaned down, finishing the chalk outline on a butler bot. Looking up at one of the investigators, he nods. Couldn't tell you what happened here. It seems dreadful, truly. He would stand up, open his book. Finishing cleaning a mess. Finally, the cleaning is done. Well, most of it. The mess is mostly gone, but not completely. Just most of it. The cleaning is to be done, but yet it is now the mopping starts.
A single bird alights upon your shoulder and tweets into your ear. And as we leave our wonderful crew of maids,
I tell this bird that snitches get stitches.
the bird
It just
tweets
whispers to you.
in fear and flies away. And on the wings of this bird, as it flies into the horizon, you see an aerial view of this city. The city is safe for now. Our maids have banded together with their honor and their skills and their battle abilities to prevent disaster for now. But as we fade to black, we fade in on a scene that none of you see and none of you know about. A single red light on a radar beeps. And you pull out a little bit as more clarity happens. You see backlit from this screen a figure in a large chair. This figure looks at the radar, and in through a secret window, a drone alights and flies down to a table next to this individual. The individual pulls out a flash drive from this drone, plugs it into the computer in front of them, and starts typing away. They take a moment to stop, pick up their bowl of orange chicken, eat some of their delicious Chinese food. As they turn to the light, you see Mrs. DaCosta glancing at the drone's radar screen, and we fade to black. And that is Battle Maid's Brawl. Thank you, everybody,
That was so fun.
for participating.
Great job, Sam. This is awesome.
So good.
Very good.
Very
Uwu.
good.
10 out of 10 uwus.
So before we go, I want to make sure to shout out everybody who donated tonight. Our final number was $520. We met our goal of $500. Thank you all so much for supporting Meals on Wheels, especially during this time of year. So to Amethyst, thank you so much. Hazard and Hijinks, live from, what was the full name? Y'all
The
know this.
apocalypse.
Live from the apocalypse. Thank you. We have an anonymous donation. We have Pixie. We have Laura Tutu. We have Asset Tessa, another anonymous donation, and Brian, and I think it's Marcy. So thank you all so much for your donations. I'm really glad. This was so much fun to have you all. And before we go, let's go around and tell us where to find you. Let's start with PJ, the always GM on this channel, never player. So go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, everyone. It's PJ McGaw, and it's awesome to be a player on the home channel. And Sam, seriously, knockout job on your first time ever GMing, especially on this channel. It was so much fun. I know we have more people to do, so let's get to mine stuff. My name is PJ McGaw. You can find me all over the internet at PJ McGaw. That's Instagram, Twitter, Hive, and Facebook. You can find me. Let's have fun. When I'm not here on Saturdays, you can find me here Mondays and Wednesdays, same nat time, same nat channel, 8 to 11 p.m. Pacific Standard for Wayward Arcadium and Edge of Legend. And I'm really looking forward to both of those this week as we're wrapping up Wayward Arcadium in a few weeks. And of course, we're about to have a
We're now being rated with a party of 69 by my buddy
Nice.
Nice.
Will. Nice, but
Nice.
also, oh no.
But
Yeah.
also, oh no, the very, very end.
Thank you, Raiders.
Thank
We
you,
just
Raiders.
finished our
Hi,
7.
Will.
so much.
We just closed.
I will.
I'm
But
so
while you're
sorry your
here-
timing's off.
Yeah.
While you're here, I do just want to shout out that we just did a charity stream for Meals on Wheels. If you're feeling generous while you're here, maybe click on and donate. It's a wonderful cause. We just raised $520 for Meals on Wheels, playing a game about battle maids. And maybe check out the VOD. It was fucking awesome.
Very, very funny.
It was so much fun. It was ridiculous.
All right, PJ,
Um,
did you have anything else?
I guess just my name is PJ. This is Nat 20 Productions Official. We have shows Monday nights and Wednesdays, 8 to 11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Huge shout out to Sam for this being her first GM game. Huge thank you and love to everyone that came and rated and all that great stuff. And also massive thank you to Ryan, our TD. Without him, we couldn't have even been here, looked good, done stuff. Thank you so much to our TD and Sam. And that's it for me. Back to you. Thank you again so much.
All right, Tobias, go ahead.
Hello, Will and all of Will's friends who have decided to come at the last minute. I love you. If you all would like to find me, beacons.ai/Tobias is probably the easiest way. Tobias McCurry on Twitter, on Hive, on all the things, even though Twitter is a sinking ship. I am a prop maker and a LARPologist and event producer and a jack of all trades in general. So yeah, so I'm Spring Hill Studios in the chat as well.
Wonderful. All right, Andrew.
What's up, everyone? Andrew J. Landy checking here. Again, thank you to everybody involved here, from our players, our wonderful GM, and of course, you, the viewers, as well. Thanks for spending your Saturday with us. You can find me Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Andrew J. Alandy, or on Hive at Alandy. It's just my last name. It's pretty easy to find me there. I'm an actor. I'm a host. I'm a voice actor as well. Big thing, check out Vampire the Masquerade Port Saga. Season 2 has finished. You can get it wherever you get your podcasts. It's an awesome, amazing, superb listen, and it's totally great to just sit back and do the listens. Seasons 1 and 2 are already out. Make sure to check it out wherever you get your podcasts, whether it's Apple, Google, iHeartRadio, Stitcher, Spotify. Vampire the Masquerade Port Saga. I play Dante Mendoza in that one. Check it out. You will not regret it. And above all, make sure to treat yourself to something nice, because you, my friends, deserve it. Thank you.
Absolutely. That is a really good podcast. And our wonderful TD, Ryan Omega, also plays a character on that podcast. So do check it out if you like vampire stuff. So, all right, Wes, over to you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Wes, at Wes_IRL on most things. I'm at Wes Johnson on Hive. I played Gladys, and it was such a pleasure goofing around with you all this evening. Sam, you did fantastic as a GM. Great job to my fellow players. This was awesome. So much fun to be playing Gladys for the first time on stream. I've been doing this voice for a while, just as a goofy thing. And this is the first time I've really had an opportunity to bring it out. So thanks for that. If you guys like TTRPG shows, I am here on Nat 20 Productions Official Twitch channel for Edge of Legend, and I also play a character on a show called Gravehaven, which happens on Fridays. So please check both of those out. Really appreciate it, and thank you guys for joining for this charity stream.
Yes, amazing. Thank you so much. Yeah. Also, if you're new here, follow this channel, Nat 20 Productions Official. I am normally a player every Wednesday on Edge of Legend. I play a luchador barbarian, and PJ is our normal GM. Wes is one of our illustrious players. Tobias pops in every now and then. We'll have to maybe get Andrew in for a guest spot sometime. I mean, I don't make the rules, but just putting it out there. But
Could be
yeah,
cool.
And you can find me. I'm Sam Sterling. So find me anywhere on the internet at Hey Sam Sterling. This is my first time jamming. So I'm really glad you guys liked it. I had a super fun time. And I was really happy to be able to raise some money for you all during this season of giving. And like I said, we hit our goal. So sometime next year, we will have Battle Maids Brawl 2. And I will write up this homebrew RPG and put it out into the world for better or for worse. So that's all. for me. Are you all good? Anything else?
Well, I know our TD is trying to be polite and not say.
Yeah, can we throw Ryan under the bus?
Yeah.
Yes,
we're
let
throwing
us-
them under the bus.
Where's Ryan?
Cool.
Ryan, our wonderful TD, you want to be a voice of God and just say where people can find you, because we appreciate you and we would love to hear that.
Yes, I can be a voice of God. Hello, my name is Ryan Omega. I'm the TD for today's charity event, which was GM'd by Sam Sterling. And Sam, I have got to tell you, of the many streams that I've seen where they began the first time on stream, you did so superbly. You looked like a veteran. This was amazing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. You can find me on the channel Life Action Roleplay, and you could find me on Port Saga along with Andrew J. Landy, and you all will also find me at various cons coming up. The next one, I think we'll have to wait before we can announce that, but there will be some things coming up. Otherwise, yeah, you could find me on Hive under Ryan Omega.
Amazing. Well, thank you all for being a part of Battle Maid Brawl. And I'm so glad to be here with all of you and all of our audience. You are all so wonderful. It's amazing to tell stories with you. And as we go, I would just like to remind you all to have fun, keep in house, and kicking ass. And that's it for me. See y'all next time.
Ooh woo.
Later.